started with our work session. Commissioner Wilson will be joining us shortly. It's kind of a split work session. We're going to spend a few minutes visiting with Representative Moore. We appreciate him and his staff for all their efforts to come and visit Morgan County. We know we're a small dot on the map, but we really appreciate you coming and spending some time with us. Just for the benefit of the public's knowledge, we've spent about the last hour visiting some businesses in town and having some conversations with Representative Moore, and we really appreciate that. So with that, we'll give you a few minutes maybe to kind of give us the update, and we'll probably have some questions for you if that's okay.
By all means, I want to be available for those. That's by far the most important aspect of it, because I can share what's on your mind. But just as a quick brief spiel on kind of not only what we're doing, my role is kind of breaks down into what our office structure is in a congressional office. In Washington, D.C., you have your legislative team. Typically, your chief of staff is there. Maybe you run your communications out of the D.C. office, and then in the district office, and Lisa Ross Kelly's here with me. She's our district director. You run mostly the constituent service and community outreach and involvement however possible. An enormous amount of the activity that we do is when somebody's struggling with, a Social Security payment or an IRS or discrepancy, and working those matters. A veteran, kind of make sure that person gets his or her benefits. And that stuff goes overlooked. And so if I'm ever get a chance to talk to citizens, please know that our office is set up as a customer service shop to try to help you all solve some problems whenever you're interacting with a federal agency. And it's not just help you get a passport, but that as well. For a couple years, I felt like we were just a passport processing office with how backlogged they were from the 2020 from the first years. So please, as again, just a reminder: do not hesitate to reach out for any issues that are along those lines. Some of the most productive work that we can do is on an individual basis and helping people navigate some issues there. On the legislative side, I worked really, really hard. My team put everything into this, interacting with my colleagues, convincing the right folks that are making the decisions on who gets onto what committee. Now I'm a member of that committee that chooses who goes onto what committee. That's for a separate conversation, but it's a really important aspect. Worked really hard to get onto the Ways and Means Committee because I saw what was coming in 2025. So at the end of 2025, all of the tax work that was done in 2017 is all set to expire except for a couple of provisions. One of them is a corporate tax rate that used to be 35%, now it's 21%. That stays permanent. Until it's not permanent, of course, right? Until that has to be done in legislation. But if nothing happens, that stays permanent. And then section, I believe, 179, which is small business tax deduction that used to be $500,000 of capital expenditure would increase to, that threshold increases to $1 million. So only very, very few aspects of 2017 actually stay in existence moving forward. And I am of the mind always that our economy, our businesses need whatever the tweak is, whatever the number is, whatever the percentage is, they just need to be able to predict it. They need a competitive playing field, fairness, reduction, or, finding wherever we can reduce regulation as much as possible and not overburden. But they just need predictability, and that's the part that I wanted to be on Ways and Means Committee, because I knew what was coming up in 2025 when all this stuff expires. There's predicted numbers that if we do nothing next year, there will be a $4.3 trillion increase in taxes on American workers and American families. That's because the child tax credit would go back down to what it was before 2017. That's the standard deduction would also be cut in half, what it was increased to in 2017. Business provisions like opportunity zones, low-income housing tax credits, something called FDII, which actually encourages companies to bring their intellectual property back under U.S. tax code And what happens ultimately with that is companies were outsourcing and offshoring a lot of that. Ireland particularly was an area that a lot of companies like Nike or Google had put a lot of their IP. And it was because it was taxed at a lower rate. Well, in 2017, we lowered that tax rate. Companies, we believe, will always want to come and operate in the U.S. if it's even competitive. It doesn't even have to be the lowest tax zone. As long as it's competitive, people will want to bring that back to the U.S. And that has proven to be true. I spoke with a guy, he's the head of the Business Roundtable the other day, and he gave me a very specific example. He said, before 2017, we were paying $1 billion in our tax from this particular IP thing. We just paid $2.9 billion. And that's because we lowered the rate and encouraged more investment back in the U.S. That's what's at stake next year when all that stuff expires. And so a lot of stuff goes along politically in this world. I get that. And I get caught up in it, and I'm a part of it, and you can't avoid being heavily involved in it. But I just wish that we all could be focused on those issues that truly matter to every single American. And I'm going to do my part to make sure that that is broadly communicated. And so all of that is handled on the Ways and Means Committee. That I fought like crazy to get on. And I'm going to have an opportunity to be on that in the coming years. And everything is going to be a very, very big year in 2025. So that's a lot of the legislative work that we're doing. But it was like August. We mostly get to be back away from Washington, D.C. I still have a ton of travel out in the Western United States I'm going to need to do to help other candidates and things like that. But we got to come and just tour some local businesses. And it was kind of just a breath of fresh air. Hot air. It's very warm out. But a breath of fresh air to be, just kind of see what's really important and what I'm really representing in some of that. So great day. Thanks for showing us around and being a part of it. Your chamber, your city managers, and everybody have always just been so excellent to work with when things like bridges and other potential opportunities and projects that need funding come up. We just want to be a partner in you thinking through those issues and how we can be supportive. So thank you again, and there's just a brief update of what we've got going on, and looking forward to answering any questions or sit down and let you get on your business.
Awesome. We sure appreciate you. You mentioned bridges and projects. We've been the beneficiaries of some federal funding to help with 3 recent
I love how
bridge
people
projects.
call it federal funding. It's your money. It's your funding. It's just making sure that gets put back in productive places. So,
well, we appreciate
not
you.
to cut you off.
No.
Like,
Without that, we would be in big trouble. Our road funding is a fraction of what it costs to do these projects. So it's been huge to have that. We were able to complete 3 major bridge projects and 2 major arteries, our Old Highway Road and Morgan Valley Drive. We're all completed with federal money.
And look, and it's such an amazing place to recreate, right? You're going to get more and more of that issue that comes up with, the amount of people that end up coming here to recreate. I love East Canyon. Damn, that's the reservoir that we choose to go boating on. I haven't had a chance to this year because it's just been a wild summer. But you're going to get more influx of that. But that doesn't change the amount of folks that are maybe living here in the tech. So you need to that needs to be taken into consideration. And that's an area that our office can sometimes play a role. So
thank you. Thanks for helping us with that, and we'll continue to reach out with our project requests and areas that you can help. I know we've been in contact regarding a few of those. Mountain Green Interchange is a big one that we're pushing for, working with the Utah State Legislature on. We're hoping that the recent Olympic announcement will help catapult that into gear. Part of that Olympic, I don't know if any of the events will actually be held in our county, but part of Snow Basin is in Morgan County, so we're hoping that at least some of those events will take place in Morgan County, and that's going to be an opportunity, I think, an economic opportunity for our community, so we're excited about that. Questions for Congressman Moore?
It's not pushing on.
There you go.
that works.
There works? Okay. I had a question by a constituent that asked me about the taxation of but of our Social Security taxes. Of our Social Security income that we get. What is happening with that?
So there's always a bill that's proposed to be dealing with this issue. The history of it hadn't always been the case, and now it is. It will not be going anywhere. in this season. There won't be any work done on that on the lame duck. We have it makes no sense.
No.
It's and the amount that we're spending to cover it, what we're losing from the trust fund to cover it, the issue is if you would see a reduction in benefit if it wasn't taxed too, because you'd have to make it revenue neutral. So we get ourselves in a bit of a rut as we let this continue to be a major problem. So there will not be, as I predict out, the bills get introduced because it's an issue here or there, but that will not be something that's finalized this year. That will continue to be the case for the foreseeable. So I just wanted to make that clear. That doesn't mean that it shouldn't be addressed. I agree that it should be addressed. It's making it's making revenue out of nothing really, to the point where we're having running such high deficits, and we've been taxed those money that's been borrowed or printed just to be able to make up some of the revenue side of our ledger. It's nuts, and not sustainable. I'll say this just as a general. In 2017, as I talked about the tax bill, when you have in one party control the White House, House, and Senate, you can do a bill every budget cycle that bypasses the filibuster. And for the last decade, every time a political party has had that, what you would call the trifecta, the bill has been done through Ways and Means. So that's another reason I anticipate next year, if given the White House, House, and Senate under one party, there could be a real opportunity to do some unique stuff. The biggest issue that our country faces for the next decade is the fact that we're running such high deficits. We were not prepared for the number of folks that would be retiring. You knew it was going to be the case, but the political will to change it leading up to 2008 just wasn't there. It was for President George W. Bush in growing the trust funds, but we're way behind the eight ball on dealing with this. So we have an opportunity next year to, we get two bills that you could potentially do. What are you going to do with that opportunity? Well, in 2017, Republicans attempted to do an ACA or Obamacare fixes and adjustments. It was not successful. It's pretty tough to do a lot of things in healthcare because it's so convoluted, but then they were able to successfully do tax reform. There is a sincere growing movement among my colleagues, of which I'm a very strong voice on we need to address some of our major spending items. And so while this particular bill is probably in the foreseeable, it's not going to be necessarily addressed, addressing Social Security as a program, addressing Medicare, addressing Medicaid, to make them more functional and make them have a stronger future, we have to make some reform to them. And we'll have one shot to do that next budget cycle. And I think if you can do it reasonable and successful and properly communicate, you will continue to earn the respect of the American people and earn more opportunities to have majorities in Congress and what you would get in the White House, and continue to work on our major deficit issues. Ultimately, to me, it's bending the curve on our deficit, moving our debt to GDP in the opposite direction as it's potentially trending right now. That is my number one goal back there, and being a part of that. And sometimes you set yourself up for one of the hardest things you can possibly do, and that is one of the hardest things. But it's kind of what we have to be willing to try. So, in the next 2 years, while this particular issue may not be messed with, major reforms to these programs, and they shouldn't be scary to people. They should just recognize that they've got to exist for a longer period of time. I don't want to be paying into a system that's not going to be there for me when I need to retire, kind of thing. So it's going to be fun, and it'll be wild. But yeah, don't hesitate to ever reach out with questions like that. I'll be very clear about what I think can be accomplished and what couldn't. Really, legislatively, right now, before the election, you're basically going to have appropriations bills continue to get worked on. The Senate is always going to be late on the appropriations bills. The House has got most of them done. But we won't get any credit for it. We know that, whatever. But we're going to get as many done as we possibly can. There's 12 of them. And then there's going to be a funding deadline in October 1st. You have to then move that past the election, make sure that you're not just in a government shutdown for, 2 months, so it can be a blame game kind of thing. And then in that November, December timeframe, finalize that budget and get ready for the next year's budget. We've been able to lower the budget while we've had Republican majorities. We've been able to lower that budget, and we now are keeping next year's on the committed 1% only raise. Usually those increase about 3 to 4% based off inflation. They don't grow wildly out of control like the other side of the budget, but we're keeping it to 1% growth this year, which is a tough thing to do, but needed. And so we're proud of the fact that we're keeping those financial constraints on it. It's just going to be tough to get the Senate to act on it before the election, and that's the situation we'll be in there.
Okay, thanks.
Additional questions, Commissioner?
I don't know the particulars on your how you doing? I don't know your particulars on your Morgan County budgeting, but I can guarantee you it's much more sane than ours. So
And a lot
make sure you
less.
hold them accountable and work with them on it. But I can guarantee you whatever this group is doing is far more productive and makes more sense than what we've let ourselves get to in the federal government.
We do not run a deficit, and we do not have debt other than a couple of leases for some
I don't even know what to
vehicles,
do
so.
if I was in your guys' shoes. That's all I deal with.
We even have a healthy fund balance, so
It's awesome to hear.
we try really hard to do that, and I have to thank our employees and our staff that work really hard to try to keep the budget where it needs to be. So
Yeah, well,
they
that's
do a
why Utah
fantastic
has a
job.
strong future. So I
It's
love
true.
it.
It's true.
Yeah, it's a good work.
Awesome. Any other questions or comments for Congressman Moore?
I apologize for dressing down a little bit, but I
No,
feel like
that's
I'm in
great.
good company. Except for the attorney, of course, who's obviously outshined us all today. But thanks for letting. I just couldn't imagine putting on a jacket today. It was just so hot.
That's great.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate
Okay,
it.
thank you.
Yeah,
Appreciate
you
it.
coming.
I think the reason you didn't dress up too is because last time you were up here, we had you showing a sheep at the fair, and doing that in a suit coat's a little harder. So you never know when we're gonna put you on the spot. All right. Well, thank you very much. We have a work session this evening to discuss Nine Springs Special Resort District. Resort Special District rezone request. So we'll go ahead and move into that.
Did you want the planning commission up here?
Yeah, let's.
If you're a
How do we
planning-
want to do this? This is kind of.
I know.
We can't all fit there with planning
Right, but I
commission,
was
can
thinking
we?
the planning commission
Let's
could.
have them at least come up. Planning commission members, if you want. Do we only have one today?
No, we've got 3.
Debbie? Who else? Oh, there's Dustin.
I've got
And there's
Dustin, I've got
Chance.
Matthew Bishop, I've got Chance.
See, there's 3 of you. Come on up.
Got-
Yeah, there should be 5.
And you have some nice new
Sure.
chairs. So
Come on up.
Come on up and
I
sit up
got
here.
union chairs and they're padded.
Hey, thank you. We
Thank
appreciate
Thank you,
it.
Congressman.
Thank you, Planning Commission members, for joining us this evening. Josh, can you kind of give us the broad overview of where this is at in the process?
Sure.
I don't know if anything's been presented previously to the Planning Commission on this
No,
project or not.
We've only held the work session. I think there was a short one held about a month ago, and then and now this work session. Public hearings will be held in the future, where the public will be able to get up and comment and express their support or not, and then it'll go to Planning Commission, where they'll make a recommendation, and then it'll come to you for final review and decision. I feel like they're far enough along in the process where we could start the work session portion of it, where the Planning Commission and the County Commission might be able to work with the developer and listen to what they're proposing, and then ask questions and get some answers. But they submitted approximately 2.5, 3 years ago initially. They've gone through, they're currently in their 3rd review for staff. We're finalizing that. I'm just waiting for comments from a contractor that we have, and then we'll deliver those to the applicant, and then we'll start the public hearing process after the work sessions. That's kind of where it's at.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to just turn it over to the applicants so that they can kind of start that dialogue with you, if that's okay with you.
I assume format is some type of presentation. Is that what you're planning? And then discussion. Okay.
If they could also maybe go through some of the narrative that they're proposing, which includes trail design, their architecture, kind of the lot spread out. I mean, they're proposing approximately 33 units, 300 of which, correct me if I'm wrong, are for a hotel. The rest would be single family, townhomes, etc. So maybe they can kind of talk through some of their development so you know the particulars and the specifics of the design criteria and the types of uses that would be up there.
Sounds great. Getting the IT connection going here. Okay, that sounds good.
Hey, while we're waiting, Josh, I got a question for you. When does the development agreement for this project come into play as far as, just where we're at in the process?
The actual development agreement portion of it, as opposed to the narrative, which defines all the entitlements and what they want to do, the development agreement portion, I think, would come into play during the county commission after the recommendation from the planning commission.
So right now we're at concept, right?
So it's actually under our ordinance. The development agreement is approved at the same time as the RSD zone change, just because there's so much to an RSD that development agreement is done concurrently. And so they do have a draft of their development agreement, and we've gone back and forth with their council multiple times. But as far as fine-tuning that development agreement, I think they're looking for input from the county commission and the planning commission of what are the things that you're looking for that would provide the benefit to the county that makes entering into a development agreement feasible. Because our development agreement county code outlines that unless you're providing greater value to get the density than what's already provided, you could get otherwise. Okay, let me say that again. So if you have zoning, or if you're going to rezone and you can get a certain amount of density, the only way you get more density than that is if you are giving something in return. So there has to be a large enough benefit to the county to even engage in that development agreement per our code. And so I think, tonight, as they're describing what they like to do, the density is not allowed without that RSD zoning change that they've applied for to go through. And so it happens at the same time with the RSD, when in other typical zonings you do the zoning first and then you come back for a development agreement or the subdivision.
And planning commission nor county commission have seen that yet, right?
Well, what's been circulated for this meeting is the extent that you've seen so far.
So no.
So unless,
Not the development agreement.
maybe if you
We've
read
got
all
the
200 or
proposal
whatever
stuff here, but-
pages, I think that's where they want to have that discussion to say, okay, here's the overall. There are some details, and I know Josh can walk through a lot of those and advise the county as they go forward. But, what's the high overarching added benefits? That has to be checked off pursuant to our code to even get to this stage of negotiating that development agreement.
I've also asked Mark Miller to be here. I don't see him in the audience yet, so he could answer some of the engineering questions you might have related to the design and development. Any other questions before I turn it over to the applicant?
Many.
for now or later?
I guess the only other, before you go, just the only other question I might have is what, in general, not getting into a lot of detail, but what the existing zone might be and then what they're asking for, just so we're aware of that.
So the Resort Special District would create something similar to the Snow Basin Development Agreement. And approval, it creates areas or pockets of single-family residential, pockets of your recreational area. It'll create to a downtown area where you have your hotels, your commercial, closer to the north of the project, closer to Snow Basin. And then the areas and pockets of density will vary in densities, much like the Snow Basin Development Agreement. So,
And how many RSDs have we done in the county that year?
only one other. That would
Two, I think, right, because we have the Snow Basin and we have the Wasatch Peaks Ranch, and then this would be the third.
Okay.
Yeah,
that
I don't
right?
know if Snow
Or-
Basin is an RSD. If they are,
It
then
is in
yeah,
our
it would-
code, yeah.
Yeah, they are.
They're specifically outlined.
Then this would be the third.
Okay. Sorry, that's all I've got. I was
Oh,
trying
okay.
to give Brock a little bit of time,
Alright.
make sure he's up
I'll,
and running.
I'll turn him over.
So I'll touch actually a little bit because there was, I think you asked the question on what is the current zoning, right? And Josh can correct me on this if I'm wrong, but I believe it's mostly, there's some like half-acre lots, and then it goes up to like MU 160, which has its own code, obviously. But so I think, if I'm not mistaken, currently we could do probably like around 600 units built on it
With the existing zoning.
with the existing zone, approximately. So
Where are those located at? Because
Above.
everything I saw, they are not necessarily zoned for that.
So everything that basically surrounds the highlands, there's what is it, like 500 acres roughly, that has that half-acre zoning currently. And then once you move up from there, and there's a cabin, it's MU 160 above that.
Have they already been authorized for that? Because I don't recall any of that. Is that Debbie?
The underlying
No,
zone.
The zoning, that's what I'm saying. The zoning, I didn't know it was already
Yeah,
there.
the zoning sets your entitlement. So if their zoning is already R120, then they're entitled to R120 density. Typically, you would take the total acreage to get a kind of a back of the napkin calculation. You would take the total acreage, multiply it by 0.65, which removes 35% for infrastructure. The remaining acreage you would divide by 20,000 square feet, and that would give you the total number of units that you could create there. He is correct. There is a portion that's R120, and the rest is ME 160.
Okay. All right, so I'm just going to do a recap of the project as a whole. So we've been in the acquisitions phase of this for 20 years approximately. We've gone through a couple different designs of this, which we've had to make some alterations, but this is a kind of a long-term project in the making for us. Let's see. So part of the reason why we've tried to design this project like we have is because we want to create more public open space, more amenities for the community to enjoy and recreate on. And I mentioned in our last meeting that a couple years ago there was a survey that was sent out by Morgan County, and some of the asks or wants that came back in that survey were more access to public trails, some sort of a community aquatic amenity, more gathering places, food and entertainment, and so forth. So we've really tried to take this project and create and add all of those aspects into what it is now. Yeah.
You had a meeting down below in Mountain Green. What was your take on how that was received? Because that's
Yeah.
your
So, my take on that, honestly, I think that there was a lot of incorrect information or an incorrect view of what the project was. Obviously, it was met with a little bit of hostility initially. I felt personally like as we progressed through that meeting, there was a little bit more of an understanding of what we were actually doing instead of what was being talked about with whoever it was being talked about with. And leaving that meeting, I don't know if I would say it went strong one way or the other, but I feel like there was a better understanding overall. And I think there were some people that were still against it, and there were some people that were for it. So it was really, I felt like it was mixed. All right, so I want to touch just a little bit on kind of what our view is for this project. We really, really care about what this project will look like aesthetically. We don't want to see production homes built on this project. I did share some experiences that we've had with some big builders that we turned down. They wanted to come in and buy some acreage from us, and we told them no. And the reason being was because they were production home, and that's not what we want to see in this area. We want to keep the aesthetics high, keep the architectural standards high, and make it a quality development and a quality resort for people to come and enjoy. So the project is approximately 2,300 acres. It's 2,327. Basically, we abut to Snow Basin on our north boundary, and then National Forest on our east, Snow Basin on our east a little bit, and then it's all Morgan County residences below that to the south. What our proposal is 2,740 residential units of mixed types, everything from some condos and towns up to single family and estate lots, which would be multi-acre lots. 600 hotel units and approximately 30 luxury yurt sites that would be secluded on the property, kind of on a back corner.
So really quick on
Yeah.
that, sorry. So the hotel units is 600. How many hotels is that? 1, 2?
At least 2, possibly 3. We don't plan. I mean, if we put it all in one building, that would be like putting a Grand America up here, and that's not the intent. We want to break that down to make them a little bit better.
And you said 2,740 units. If you times that by, I don't know, maybe by 3, maybe it's lower than that, but that's approximately 7,000 to 8,000 residents. And there's currently 13,000 in the county currently.
Approximately. Yeah.
All right, just getting a
Yeah.
number perspective there.
Yep. As a part of that, I'm going to go back to this slide here. So this orange area is what I'm going to focus on right now, as the rest of it being residential. So that orange area is the Resort Core Village. That's where we plan to keep most of that density, as well as all of the commercial use there. The hotels would be centered there. There's approximately 105,000 square feet of commercial and some office space. But the goal here is to create a walkable village that people can come up and walk throughout this, come grab some food, do some shopping, do what they need to do there. And then if they choose to go and participate in the resort amenities, great, or just go on a hike or whatever they would like to do. But we want this to be connected. We want it to be walkable and be inviting. Obviously, Utah is very family-centered and family-focused, and so that's another reason why we designed the project the way that we did. We've got, an alpine slide, zipline coaster, obviously hiking and mountain biking, and we're really trying to focus this project to everything that people want to do, spring, summer, and fall. We'll go over trails here in a minute. But a little bit about the public open space. So out of the 2,300 acres, we are leaving approximately 1,500 as open space. So most of the density is focused in certain areas, and we're really trying to maintain the hillside to be a lot of open space where we can provide trails, right? So we've got about 52 miles of trail system that cut through the project. 32 miles of that trail system will be just open to the public, come use at your leisure. And the other 20 miles would be for downhill mountain biking specifically that would be accessed via lift. The Alpine Slide and Zipline Coaster are also accessed via lift. And then we've got some other amenities that will be in that resort core as well. So, yeah. I mean, we haven't really planned for much winter activity, but we do have some like minor winter activities at the base. If that is something that would be a want or a desire, I don't see why we couldn't do that. With that being said, those 32 miles of trails would be county owned. They would be, you know what I mean?
So you would expect the county to maintain those trails?
So we actually have in our development agreement put that we would like to turn that over to the county as well as all of the open space, but as the resort itself would take on the maintenance of those trails. We don't want to add any additional burden to the county financially, but we'd also like to make sure that we can maintain them at a high level and a high standard.
I've never heard you talk about maintenance of trails.
Then why turn them over?
What's that?
Turn them over.
So they're not private.
Yeah, I was gonna say, why would you want to turn them over if you're gonna maintain it, you're gonna make it a public one, and it's gonna be owned, well, I don't know if it's gonna be owned by us or not, or deeded over to us, but why? I mean, Mr. Bishop has a great point.
Yeah, so I mean, if we keep those, they're just private trails.
Why? Why not just open them up for making them public trails?
I mean, then we have the question on if somebody falls on our trail and they like to sue us. That
I'd rather
begs
we
a
get
question
sued
for
for
us.
Yeah, but if you're
The county
maintaining
gets
them,
sued for it.
if you're maintaining them, who would be liable at that point? Us still, or you?
You know, that's a good question. I think we can. That's something we'll have to talk about.
Okay.
So if they're,
Yeah.
oh, there we go. So if they're privately owned, publicly accessible, and there's no charge to the public to use them, if they're free, then there is a provision in the state code that protects you from liability. At least it provides some protection with respect to liability. Cottonwood's development agreement has privately owned, publicly accessible trails so long as that provision of the statute remains in place and there's liability protection associated with it.
And that's also
One,
if you don't
could
charge
potentially
for it.
approach it. Yeah, you can't charge for it.
You
If you
cannot
charge
charge
for
for
it,
it.
you know, if it's a ski run and a ski resort, then you can't avoid liability as the owner of the resort.
Correct.
You can seek waivers. I mean, every time you buy a ticket, you're also signing up to a waiver of liability with respect to the ski resort. But so there is a way to address the issue. Where we ultimately come down, I guess, depends on how it's negotiated and how we finalize.
Yeah. And I know that a part of that is it obviously goes towards our open space as well. So.
Yes, and I mean, we would need to talk about ownership of the open space as well. I mean, I think it's great that it's going to be open space. The question is, does the county want to own that, or would we prefer that it just be the subject of a conservation easement?
Okay. Any other questions before we move on?
Do you know what, so you have a significant portion of your property that's characterized by a steep slope, undevelopable slope.
We do.
Do you know what portion of your open space is characterized by that kind of slope? It looks like probably a lot of it, but do you know what that percentage is?
I don't know the percentage. With that being said, I mean, there's going to be some areas that are just probably not accessible, but a lot of that is still accessible via trail, like for hiking and biking trails. So, but I don't know the exact percentage breakdown of what is at a certain slope.
Thank you.
So we've done a geological study over the project to see, kind of pinpoint where the areas that are of most concern, to try to lay down what areas are greater than or less than the 25% slope, and what those areas look like. Obviously, we will have to go into a lot more detail as we move through the development process, and those will require a lot more in-depth studies than what has been done previously, but that has helped us kind of lay an area where it is most feasible for development, and that is where we've laid out all of our pods within those areas. As far as the utilities go, so wet utilities, obviously water is always a big concern up here. This project would be served by Highlands Water Company. They do have the capacity to serve us. In 2020, they brought on a well that was approved for 1,400 gallons per minute by the state of Utah. Prior to that approval, they had to pump that well at full capacity at 2,000 gallons a minute for, I believe it was upwards of 72 hours to see what the drawdown of that of the aquifer would be, and it was, I believe, about 6 inches on that well. There was another well that was brought online, or is trying to be brought online, that is not too far from that well site. That well was pumped at 3,000 gallons a minute for 72 hours and had about a 6-inch drawdown. So those two wells combined, it was about a 12-inch drawdown on the aquifer, and they were pumped together, combining was about 5,000 gallons a minute. So there is a lot of water up here. It's just a matter of managing it appropriately and then obviously developing it. But that is the intent, is to have that served through Highlands Water Company. In addition to their springs and their wells, that one well, they have 2 additional well sites that can be drilled as well.
Will the water system be one complete system, or is it going to be a different system for specifically Nine Springs?
It would be one complete system.
So everything found a continuous loop for everything?
Yep, it actually adds a benefit to their system because it does loop it. So it gives better flow for fire suppression and those things.
So do you have an actual will serve from Highlands Water, or just a verbal will work with you, or how does that?
It's just a verbal will work with you at this point. We haven't gone in for the will serve.
'Cause I don't know if anybody would know, but I don't know how many residents currently serve Highlands Water Company. I want to say in the hundreds. I don't think it's the thousands.
No, it's not in the thousands.
So
Do you know by chance? You know? Yeah,
I
thought it was
guess the thought I have is 465 to, I don't know if I can even do the math, but maybe 3,300. I don't know. Anyway, for them to say we'll work with you, sure, but coming from an engineering background, you can design anything. You honestly can. You can drill wells, costly wells. You can build storage tanks. So you can design it. It's just, I'm really interested to see the master, the 200, 300-page master plan document for a water system, where the storage is going to be, where the tanks are going to be, where the source is going to be, and kind of going through that process. It takes a lot, but that's good to hear. I guess that they'll work with you. That's good. So
Yeah, and we're expecting to go through that development with them. We're expecting to have some storage tanks and obviously expand the system and do all those things per the standard. So
because I guess the thought I would have is I would see you guys building the infrastructure and then turning it over to
correct.
Highlands Water.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
I believe there's common ownership with Highlands Water Company and Nine Springs.
Yeah, we have a couple board members that sit on the board for Highlands Water Company.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, so say wastewater and stormwater as well. So I mean, we're designing those, trying to use, you know, the natural topography to keep things gravity fed as much as possible. You know, preserve, you know, the natural waterway, the natural waterways as much as possible. We really do want to keep this a quality development, and we want to limit, you know, any, you know, impact downstream of this development. Dry utilities. So obviously CenturyLink is in the area as well as Lumen. We do have some additional conversation with Liberty Broadband as well. So as far as your phone and internet, not a problem. Natural gas as well. So and I have our engineer here from AWA if there's any in-depth questions that need to be asked on this stuff. But they do there is a natural gas line in the area that would be through Dominion Energy. We just need to bring it to the property, and same thing with power. It's all here. It's just a matter of developing it and bringing it to the project.
So, really quick on the power, have you had conversations with Rocky Mountain Power? Have you let them know what estimated loads for the project? When you say it's here,
Yeah.
does that mean to a certain point, or where would that be? Have you gotten to that point yet?
Yeah, so we have had some conversations with both Dominion Energy and Rocky Mountain Power. I'm going to actually turn over to my engineer to see if I can put him on the spot a little bit. You don't get to just sit there.
James Copeland with AWA. We have had conversations with Rocky Mountain on the most feasible route to bring power. Most of those discussions have centered around either burying the lines or running them overhead and what the fire risk would be and so on. So we haven't settled on an exact route, but they have indicated that they have plenty of availability to serve all phases of that project. So. And just real quickly,
for project that builds out.
correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Just real quick on the water discussion, there has been a feasibility, I guess, system capacity memo put together by Hanson Allen Luce on water availability that basically says the Highlands Water Company does have existing capacity for this many ERCs through, I don't have it in front of me, but it basically tied it to a certain phasing of this project that they have as existing capacity, and then they have additional wells able to serve the additional demand for the ultimate build out. So there have been some discussions and modeling done by Highlands and their engineer on that. So I think that's in a good place as far as they're concerned.
Are you guys doing the developing of it? I mean, not just overseeing it. I mean, who's doing the actual developing, are you thinking?
Like putting in the utilities and all the stuff?
All the stuff.
That's to be decided yet. We've got a couple
Okay.
groups that we work with pretty regularly. On a project of this size, there very well could be more than one. But
So have you done a project this size?
not on this scale. There's not many groups that have. If I'm being honest, in the country, really, you could probably do some research there and find there's not that many groups that do a project of this nature. Most people want to focus on throwing up some apartments or maybe some smaller master plan communities. But so we have not done one on this scale, but we've been planning and putting this in process for, like I said, about 22 years now. So and then I guess to speak on that, I mean, we've done a bit of developing. Like a lot of those other ones, we've done apartments, we've done commercial buildings, we've done a lot of stuff with a lot of different groups. And really what we're doing is trying to gather all of the good that has come from those and put into a project where we can have a little bit more control over the aesthetics of it. We don't want to just build something just for the financial benefit of it. We want to build something that, you know, we can be proud of and can last. Yes.
I'm
So I
assuming-
noticed when oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm assuming it's going to be phased.
Correct.
Do you know how many?
Probably around 9 phases. Yeah.
So when you were here last, you mentioned 10 years for build out. I mean, I'm
20.
thinking 40, but I don't know. What, is that changed? What's your thought on build out with 9 phases?
Yeah, so it hasn't been 10. We've always planned on about 20. Obviously, there's going to be some give and take there depending on the economy and things that happen, but that's another reason why we pride ourselves on how we've structured this project is there is zero debt on this project, so that we can weather any storms that come. We don't want to be the developer that loses their project, and so we've structured it debt-free and want to continue to do that as much as possible. So we can go slow if we need to. We can go a little quicker when the time's right, but we want to do it responsibly.
I have a question before we move away from utilities. We talked about wet water, about paper water. I'm assuming Weber Basin leases
Correct.
the water rights.
For a lot of it, there is some water shares that we do have or can have control of, but as far as the rest of it would be through Weber Basin, and then serviced by Highlands Water Company.
Because currently under standard subdivision, water rights are required to be produced prior to approval. So I guess we need a discussion of when you're going to have the Weber Basin contract secured.
I would assume that would be a part of the subdivision.
So you don't have the rights on the water yet?
We have not secured all of the rights at this point. It's not, we didn't really feel like that's a necessary step currently, just for a rezone and development agreement.
And while we're on that same, on utilities, we kind of passed over sewer district.
Yeah.
At the capacity, we're talking 8,000 more units, or 8,000 more residents. How many more units do we have the capacity in the new sewer district to handle that many? Now we're talking a 20-year development.
We have discussed with the Mountain Green Sewer Improvement District, and they have accounted for our project as a part of their expansion plans that they're doing right now.
Do we have any verification on that, or just you guys have?
We could probably get some, not a problem.
So I think all of these questions are good and kind of relate to, in my mind, the development agreement of just saying, here's the concerns we have.
Yeah.
We want to make sure, to at least a degree, they're addressed. I mean, obviously, if you guys don't get the water rights to do the project, it won't move forward.
Right.
I don't know what Weber Basin will do. I don't know if they haven't had any available. I have no idea, but it'd be, have you had discussions with Weber Basin yet on the magnitude of the rights needed?
Mark Nelson. Yes, I've been the one that's, I have a contract that I've had in place with Weber Basin since 2000, don't quote me on the exact date, but they did, a few years back, they did a moratorium on water. We went in, we secured 500 acre feet, and I believe Snow Basin secured 3,000 acre feet. That moratorium was lifted a few years later, and we still have that contract in place. Now, we have used some of that contract with Whisper Ridge and some of those things like that, but we still have that contract in place. I had a conversation with Weber Basin less than 2 weeks ago that on the cost of the water, what it would take, because we're trying to nail some of that stuff down. And we will have to, if we don't have water, you're right, we're not going to have to develop. But to go in and secure all the water rights when you're going for a rezone in a special resort district, I would think that comes along as we start to develop and as we come in for the approvals. That's been my experience in the past. So, but that, yes, we have had those discussions with Weber Basin.
I understand there's a large cost on the water rights, but I would expect to have a will serve or something to the effect of that. Do they require cash when you get a will serve here?
Will serves are required during the subdivision process of a development. This is the development agreement and rezoning portion of it, which a will serve is not required for. Obtaining the water rights would be required at time of each individual phase or each individual subdivision portion that comes forward. I would imagine that when Cottonwood went through, the developer there did not have all the water rights for all of the lots of every phase of that development. And he obtained those water rights as he went along. That would be my understanding. In fact, I believe they created a water company after the development agreement and after the rezoning occurred in order to help facilitate that development. So.
But I think that's something that you can negotiate into the development agreement, is to say which phases are coming first. I think that we have had some issues in the county where, okay, the overall looks really good, but all the amenities come last. And if there was a staggering or something, and so that, you know, the benefits to the county are coming in equally, not all on the back end if there is no water or something of that nature, I think that can be worked out in the development agreement negotiation.
Which, speaking of that, with some of those amenities like the trails, we have put in the development agreement that we would put on a certain amount of trails with every phase. That way we don't, I understand from the county's perspective, they don't want to see a developer come and build everything and have no amenities. But at the same time, as a developer, we don't want that either, because that is what adds the value and, you know, on why people are going to want to buy or build up in there. And so we have put in specifically with the trail system that we will bring those on with each phase of development. So just to touch on that a little bit, and that's, I believe, already in the development.
Yeah, I know a couple I've been through with Powder Mountain and Snow Basin on the Weber County side, but I think you do have to know overall, though, the timing and when things are coming in, and then we'd say update, whether it's updated traffic studies, updated water plans, sewer plans of what you're doing phase by phase as you come in and do those phases. That, again, it's a lot of work, but at the same time, I think that's got to be addressed in the development agreement. When you know, once we hit this, then what? Once we hit that, then how do we manage that? What do we do?
Part of their submittal included a full traffic impact study, which has been reviewed several times by Mark Miller. I'm not going to speak to what he thinks about it because he apparently is not coming tonight. Anyway, so but he could have spoken to his feelings on that traffic impact study and some of the issues that he sees related to that. But a full study has been done currently, and it is part of the full submittal.
So yeah, this is connecting to a state road, correct?
It's connecting to a state road. They are also proposing to connect to 3 or 4 existing roads further down in
Future
Mount.
phases. So that's another example, though, to have a master plan for transportation right now. I don't even think these guys know exactly where all the roads are right now. So I think it's one thing to have an overall saying, okay, here's our estimate, but after phase 1, things have changed.
That's true.
So we got to make sure as things are changing, our updated plans are being updated correctly and reviewed.
That's true. Each phase should have their own individual traffic impact analysis related to the streets and design that they are proposing.
Right.
However, based on the total number of units that are being proposed and a conceptual development plan, which is included in the design, they have been able to show to some degree the number of trips that will be accessing each individual road, and they are anticipating a certain number of trips going left versus right at each of those intersections. So that is in there. It's available to be read. We've given each of the commissioners, county commissioners and planning commissioners, access to the Nine Springs Ranch file and all the attachments that have been submitted with that. So it's all available there for you to review as well. So I'll turn it back over.
In my cursory review of the traffic study, it doesn't incorporate the new on-ramp, off-ramp at
no, it
Trapper
includes the new on-ramp, off-ramp onto Trapper's Loop.
No.
Are you talking about the new
from
interchange?
Interchange from 84.
No, because we have no idea what year that's going in.
Right, but it would have a huge impact on the 3 access roads going down through those communities.
Potentially, yeah, and would divert more traffic away from that. But I'm not a traffic engineer, so.
Can I ask how is this going to be done? When you say it's done in phases, is this like we've approved other communities with promises of retail that helps us with taxes? I noticed that you guys put in there the benefits of tax to us. I didn't see anything in the proposal that says anything about the negative impacts, which I'd like to know, because we will have to have new schools and new things, because it obviously does impact. But is this all going to be all families, single-family dwellings and condos, and then we're going to do the retail stuff, or what? How's it going to be going?
Yeah, so that's a little bit of a balancing act, right? Because without the rooftops, the commercial and retail won't survive, right? So our plan is to bring a lot of that stuff on as quickly as possible. I would say within the first 5 to 6 years, you'll see a decent amount of that commercial built. It may not be 100% built out by that time frame, but our plan at this point has been to start with residential first, with the following years, like within that 3 to 5 year window, starting some of the commercial uses. Obviously, a big push and benefit to the project and to the county and to us as the developer is to have a lot of that up and going prior to the Olympics. So. Also, as kind of going back to the traffic kind of questions. So there is 4 current accesses into the Highlands from our project. The plan is to shut one of those down and then just improve the other 3. We've accounted for one of those being our secondary access, which is required, with our main access would go directly off of Trappers Loop. We've been in with UDOT in that review for a little while with them, going through that process, but by us putting that in, it alleviates a lot of the pressure that the Highlands would see if we didn't have that otherwise. And then obviously, when the new interchange goes in, that will even decrease it more. So, but like Josh says, we haven't accounted for that because UDOT has not put that on any sort of time frame at this moment. We just have there's been some conversations that obviously everybody thinks it will be prior to the Olympics and so forth. So anyway.
Are all the structures below ridgeline?
Yeah.
I noticed 90 feet was
yeah
the cap on something.
Yeah, so the way the project is laid out, there's several ridges that go through the project, and most of this project is down in the valleys in between those ridges. The only thing that would maybe possibly be considered a ridge top would be the access coming off of Trappers, because it is in the S curve, and you got to get up to that point. It is a little bit more on a ridge, but then you drop back down. The road would drop back down. So that's probably the only area of the development that maybe somebody could say that there is a ridge top, but everything else sits in those valleys. Most of this project is really not visible from the road. There's a couple spots where you'll see some of it for sure.
From which road?
We've got it from Trappers and Old Highway, like all the way around the project.
On I-84, we'll see the whole thing.
You probably see some of it, yeah.
The whole thing. I would lay odds that we'll see the major part of it. Yes. I have been up there, and I've been going down through I-84 right now, and I'll tell you, I look at that, and I go, we're going to have homes up here, and we're going to have this, and we are going to see it all. And it's going to look like another Park City, and I'm sorry, I don't want to see it at this moment. So, I think what we need to do, and I know we're running out of time, but I would like to see a little bit more work within, not just us, but the people a little bit more. And I want to see where you plan on putting those homes And I mean, I've been up there and I've seen it, but I want to see where these homes are going, how close they're going to be. And I mean, because I look at this 2,400 or 2,700 homes that are, or whatever it is you've got, and I've read through the majority of this. It's a big document. And I'm starting to see that there's some things that we really need to look at, or you're not going to have my vote. And you know, and I was there before, but then you had only 2,100 homes. Now it's gone up, and now it's, you know, it's just getting bigger and bigger. And then I see a picture of something that looks just like Park City, and there's no way in HELL I'm going to go and allow it.
So the unit count on this has never changed. From the get-go, from our very first submittal to now, we have not changed that unit count. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of studies that are done geologically as we move through the project, where we can lay those out. That all of that stuff will come. Obviously, we don't have all of that now. It's typically not a part of a rezone and a development agreement part, and it goes as a part of your subdivision. But you know, a lot of the project, as we go through each of those studies and really do quality development work, we anticipate that we lose some of those units for sure. It's just going to be a part of it. So,
Brock, we're got about 10 minutes left here. I think there's probably 3 hours worth of questions we could ask.
Probably.
And there'll be plenty more opportunity for both the public to be involved in the questions and answers, and more opportunity for the Planning Commission and County Commission to be involved in that. One suggestion that I have is for each Planning Commission member and each Commission member to take some time to go through the development agreement and provide their notes. I've done that with my review of it, and I'll provide that. And Garrett, do you want us to maybe filter that up through your office so you can incorporate those thoughts initially?
Yes, I can do that.
So I think that will be helpful. And I've got just a couple of questions. I'm sure everybody's got lots of questions. I'm going to ask you just a couple more. Approximately how many miles of roads do you anticipate being part of the development?
the miles of roads, off the top of my head, I'm not sure. Brent, do you by chance know that off the top of your head? No.
Okay.
No, not the miles of roads, no.
Or maybe surface area.
Yeah, surface area, miles of road. Certainly, especially if there's a desire. Frankly, I don't want any more public roads. The BNC tax funds, they don't cover the roads that we have now. So I personally would rather they be private roads and maintained privately. However, if there's a desire to have public roads, be it surface area or mileage of that roads, I think definitely needs to be part of the development agreement. We need to understand exactly what we're committing to here, because that's a big drain on the county. One of the big financial drains on this county is our infrastructure, our roadways and bridges. We've spent tens of millions of dollars over the last several years on roads and bridges, and we bring in $600,000 a year in BNC road funds. So the only way we've been able to do that has been through federal grants, which I mentioned earlier to Congressman Moore.
Yeah.
So that's definitely a concern that we have. You know, if we're going to add miles of roadway to our existing infrastructure, we need to know how we're going to fund those. And there's not a great way to fund those currently.
Right.
So we need to think about that. The other thing that I wanted to just clarify with you, and let me find it here. I wrote it down. You've got approximately 2,300 acres total within the development, correct?
Correct.
And you mentioned 1,579 acres of open space.
Correct.
So that means you're planning on developing about 748 acres. Is that correct?
Correct.
2,700 units across 748 acres. You're talking like an average of a little less than a third of an acre per lot. Correct?
Correct.
And some of these, you're talking townhomes, so obviously those are much smaller lots.
Yep.
That doesn't include the hotel units or the yurts, I don't believe, but I'm just trying to get a real good idea of what that looks like.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like I said, most of that density is going to be in that resort core village, and that's where a lot of it will be. Once you get away from that, you're going to have more of a single family feel, all the like I said, up to estate lots. So, and then if I can, I'm going to fast forward here.
Do you have a matrix of approximately how many lots of each type and size? So that's definitely something we need
Yeah.
to look at, and that's been part of any other development agreement we've done.
Yeah. Yeah, it is a part of the document. It is broken down
Okay,
into
I didn't see that.
multifamily
It says
towns.
single-family housing and that.
Yeah.
There it is. Okay.
Is this a PID ask?
It
Chair?
is.
Okay.
In fact, there's a provision in here that specifies that a PID will be part of it. And to be honest with you, our current policy for PID is we don't like PIDs as a county.
Okay.
We feel like we've been burned by them. Our residents don't love them. Those who have purchased within PIDs are not real pleased with them. So that's something that you ought to consider. That is
Yeah.
definitely a deciding factor in my mind as well, is that PIDs are just not a real popular thing.
Yeah.
I think what it does is ultimately it saddles the end homeowner with the cost of development. And yes, I understand that that's part of the cost of development from the get-go. But what we've seen is that a developer comes in and says, well, if we do a PID, we can offer the lot at a lower price. But when they go to actually sell the lots, they sell them at the market value. And so the difference, they're just pocketing. That's
Right.
what we've seen. I'm not saying that's what you would do as a developer or whoever you assign this to. I'm just saying that's what we've seen, and that's why we're not real keen on it. It's caused a
Yeah.
lot of issues for our assessor's office, having residents call in that see that extra line item on their tax bill and they're angry. And at the end of the day, even though only about 15% of your tax bill actually comes to Morgan County, the rest goes to all the other entities. Because it says Morgan County across the top, we take the heat for it.
Right.
So anytime there's any type of a tax adjustment, be it by the school district, Weaver Basin Water, the fire district, et cetera, guess who gets yelled at when somebody has to cut that check?
Yeah.
It's our people. And so that's a huge concern for us. When you're talking about a PID, you're talking about, in most cases, doubling, if not tripling, that tax bill amount every year to these residents for the next 20 to 30 years. So it's a big deal. I just want to bring that to your attention that, for me, that's a pretty hard line in the agreement. It says that the county shall agree to enter into a PID. It's going to take some convincing from my part on
Yeah.
a PID.
So honestly, the way we've looked at that is, because I see that for sure. And it really comes down to like how it's structured, right? And as a developer, like, you don't want to make a promise that you're going to sell them at a cheaper discount and then not, right? That doesn't look good on you. But also, if you don't do it correctly, you'll tax yourself out of your own project, right? And so it's really kind of it takes some fine tuning on what's appropriate and not just pulling PID money because you can, right? And that's genuinely how we look at it. And the firm that we have done some work with this on, like, that's how they look at it too. It's not just trying to pull money, just to add more tax on our project. It's not like that at all. So, but I appreciate the concern, and we definitely will look at that. I want to touch a little bit on your questions earlier on benefit to the county. So this project as a whole now this is done through a third party, economist. Over the 20 years is anticipated to give a tax benefit to the county of $700 million. Of that, obviously, the county doesn't take a huge portion. The school actually takes the majority of that. But there is about $216 million that is to the county. We have accounted for the impact that this project will have on that, and that is approximately $70 million over that 20 years of impact of our development, which still leaves the county like $160-something million in net positive benefit from the project. So when you were talking about roads and that kind of stuff,
What are your projections on cost to the county?
$70 million.
And where's that detailed in here? Is that the next?
I didn't see it, so
It may not be
missed it.
in this presentation, but I have it in our document. In the actual submittal, it is in there, and I'm more than happy to show that
Yeah,
one.
we definitely like to see that.
Yeah.
It's easy to say there's going to be lots of benefit, but
Right.
there's also lots of costs, and especially when you're talking about the county taking over the infrastructure.
Right.
You're talking about the county maintaining things. There's a lot of cost to the county.
Yeah.
certainly a lot of cost to the school district potentially too, if you're talking about this many more dwelling units.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and that's fine. We can definitely show that. We just want to also show that that has been accounted for and it still is a net positive benefit.
And who did your financials here?
Zion's.
Zion's Public Finance?
Yep. We do.
Yeah, it's in the packet.
Yep.
There's
It is a
only
big packet.
480 pages here to
Yep.
our packet.
Yep. So,
Okay.
any other questions? I know we're short on time, so is there anything else you guys would like to ask or go over prior?
Is there a Word version of the development agreement on the website? Or you gave us access, or can you send me one?
I can.
Because I'd prefer to make edits and talk to you, so.
Yeah, one other comment. You use council in it to refer to us. We're a commission.
Okay.
You might want to do a quick replace on that.
Okay.
And then to go to Blaine's comment earlier, I don't know if you guys have done this, but you might do a view corridor analysis from a couple of different locations. I know that we did that with Wasatch Peaks, and they gave us not a lot, 4 or 5 locations where they took a picture back towards their project, identified heights and so forth and what can be seen. And we'll obviously see some of it. We won't see all of it. That's the terrain won't permit that, but from different locations you'll see different parts of it, and it certainly will impact the hillside overall. The other thing I would say is I appreciate the desire not to do a lot of merchant builder stock in terms of what you're doing. I'm just wondering if your per lot sizes are consistent with that goal. You did quite a bit of 1/3 and 1/2 acre lot, and I just wonder if that market would push for a larger lot size, which would obviously reduce the density, but
Yeah.
it's something to consider in terms of what you're looking at doing.
And we're open to that. We really are. This is, like I said, we're happy to come and do this because we do want feedback, right? And so if that means across the board, if we need to give some bigger lots across the board, we're happy to make those adjustments. We really do look at this as this can be a really positive thing. It's going to take some give and take on both sides, from the county, the citizens, and us as the developer. And so we really would like to work in unison with that because we're willing to give, but we've got to have some stuff on our side as well. So, yeah.
And I also understand you'd want to control your phasing and how that works because you're the one that's going to be developing the project and you need to respond to the market. But to respond to your comment, we probably would want to identify some benchmarks that would need to be satisfied in connection with each phase. Whether or not they are specific or identified at the time that you advance the phase or in the development agreement, I'm not sure. We'll have to work our way through that. But there may be certain things that we would say, all right, if you're going to move forward with the residential phase first, fine, but in connection with that phase, here's the following benchmarks we want you to meet as part of bringing public benefit and amenities online as you develop and work through those phases.
Yeah, we're happy to do that. Real quick, you mentioned the view shed. We do have that in our document here. This was taken off of Google, and if there's any specific questions, I'll honestly put Brent on the spot and let him answer those. But so there's 10 different viewpoints that were done on the project. Obviously, as you're coming down Trappers, and then on Old Highway 84 down at the bottom and up through the Highlands. So as you go through that, obviously when you're coming down Trappers, that's your biggest view of the project. But this is in the S-curve on this one specifically. And then this one is just above, in between the S-curve and Trappers Point Subdivision.
So
As you
you're
move,
talking about the S-curve being where the interchange is going to go.
the main access point, correct. As you move down Trappers, you really lose sight of a lot of that project. The resort core specifically, you can't see at all. And this is from Old Highway. This is I believe at the bottom of Highlands. This is in Highlands, or up Highland Drive, I should be more specific.
Sorry.
Look at what road?
Sarah, this is not public comment.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, so these are different views from around the area and down Old Highway. There is, one portion out on Highway 84 that you do see some of that Resort Core Village up on there, but like I said, for the most part, a lot of this project isn't visible.
So did this analysis, is this just of the Resort Village core, or did this include your residential components as well?
I believe most of this is of the Resort Core because that's where the height of the buildings would be located.
Okay.
So, anyway, I just wanted to touch that because you had
No, I appreciate
asked me.
that
So,
point. Thanks for pointing it out.
yeah.
But I think we might also want to see, and I'll go back and look and see if it's explained in the explanation, but if there are also residential elements and enclaves going up and through there, it would be nice to have an understanding of what that's going to look like as well.
Okay. And if we need to do more of those, we're happy to do it. So, any other questions?
Just for the edification of the public, there is a full packet on the county website that has all this information in it. Public meetings will be posted. This is not one, but we will be taking public hearing in both Planning Commission and County Commission in that order. So just, you're welcome to get on the, what's the website where they get, Debbie would know, what's the website where they get noticed when commission meetings? Public meeting notice will notice you anytime we post the agenda for Planning Commission or County Commission, and you can check that agenda. We have to post those at least 24 hours in advance. We try to post them the Thursday before the following Tuesday of the upcoming meeting, or you do them Monday. Planning Commission is 10 days, County Commission, I only have to do it 24 hours. So,
Question, what do the next, I guess, couple months look like? This is great, a lot of information, a lot of stuff to review, a lot of questions that we don't have time for, obviously, but
Yeah.
what does it look like? What are the next steps and processes? Maybe this is for you, Josh.
If the County Commission and Planning Commission has found this beneficial, I would recommend maybe 1 or 2 more work sessions to continue going through the development agreement as well as the entitlements that they're proposing. There are a lot of areas in there that are open for negotiation between the County Commission and the applicant. It is really a discussion between the two of you. After you feel comfortable with the number of work sessions that have been held, I will get them on a Planning Commission meeting. We will hold a public hearing, and then we will move it forward to the County Commission for final discussion and decision. I would recommend. I can foresee the final decision coming to County Commission probably beginning of November.
I doubt that very much.
Oh, you doubt? Okay.
Just being honest with you, I think there's so much more that needs to be reviewed here, and so many more points that we've got to discuss that I would be shocked if it moved that quickly. We've not moved that quickly on any of our other RSD districts. It's taken a better part of a year from this point
Okay.
to move forward. So I just want to set expectations for.
So maybe the question should really be the County Commission telling me what you want me to do.
No, I think that's a great plan to start on that. I'm just saying, I think there's a lot that's going to still have to be discussed. If what I've heard from the public, I'll tell you right now, the number of units, in my opinion, is far too high. Far too high. And that's been the public comment that we've received. We've received a lot of emails. I've received phone calls. I'm sure other commissioners have as well. That's going to be a big sticking point. I think PID is going to be a sticking point. I think the services required by the county are going to be a big sticking point because those are costs to us, and we need to really understand those before we commit to them. So anyway, those are items that I think need to be discussed more in detail. But 2 cents.
Are you wanting a month to review it and then get them back on for a work session, or what do you want me to do?
I don't need a month, but.
I don't need a month, I just need enough time.
Let's, 2 weeks is fine. Our next
2 weeks
meeting, we
is
can-
fine, as long as we have some documentation beforehand that I can really thoroughly go through it.
And we have had this, but it's not been weeks that we've had it. We've had it for a few days, so.
I believe I had Jeremy send an email with the link providing access,
Tuesday of last week.
yeah, more than a week ago. So.
He did. We received
did.
it. But
We
it's,
were just involved in fair.
Yeah, a lot of us were
Oh, fair.
otherwise
Come on.
occupied.
I may be old-fashioned and wanting to kill a tree, but I'm actually going to have to print this up to review. I can do a lot of document review electronically on the screen, but I need to get it in my hand in a binder, and so
Didn't you
So-
I
provide
can
that
either
to
do
us
that
last time?
myself or.
Didn't you provide that to us last time?
Yeah, he did. It was one.
Oh
like-
yeah, I've got your presentation from last time.
But you're talking
But
about
but
The whole
this, yeah,
thing.
the development agreement and all of the other studies and stuff. I'm just gonna print up separately.
Or I could give you my copy. You could review my
You
copy.
need your copy.
I've already gone through it twice.
Any
Okay.
added studies you get, Brock, would be good for us to review too. The more information we can review, the better.
To
So-
me, no,
Go ahead.
to me, Josh, one of the big things that's circling that I'm hearing is you have a proposed site plan or a conceptual site plan that you can add phasing to, so that kind of helps us understand it, because to me, just reviewing the development agreement, not having something like that.
It's in the document.
Yeah,
It's
it is.
a bubble conceptual plan that shows anticipated densities in different areas.
But not phasing.
Well, phasing is going to be defined based on a geologic study further down the road. I mean, they've already said they're
Well,
going to
it-
put in the
It
commercial sector
identifies
first.
the main areas where they're looking to develop and the type of product. It doesn't identify which is phase 1, 2, 3, 4. And it does. There's no
They shouldn't
sequential
have to do
order. But it does identify where they're planning to build and what kind of product.
My
But-
assumption is you want to start the hotels first, so that you can, or like you said, have traffic.
The commercial would be in conjunction with some residential as well. Both. You can't just go all the commercial up front, just it's not feasible, it won't survive, right? And so, I guess to be more clear on, bringing up the phasing, there's 9 areas of development, right? Inside each of those, there's probably gonna be a couple of phases, because they're a little bit larger areas. So when you asked me about phasing earlier, that's where I went to, is those 9 areas, those 9 kind of phases. But we're probably gonna have to break each of those phases down, several times as we develop through those.
I would recommend that you try to identify that phasing order. We have done that in other RSD projects, both the Snow Basin and the WPR project. They identified their expected phasing plan for us. So I think that's helpful, whether required or not. It's helpful to us. Some of us have been through this twice now. Debbie and I at least have been through this twice now with the Snow Basin project and WPR. I will say this is by far the highest density requested so far, and we were met with, as you know, pretty substantial public pushback on the last RSD that was approved here. That was at 15 acres per dwelling unit. You're asking for 0.27 acres per dwelling unit. So just something to keep in mind when you start looking and putting pencil to paper. I know the more dwelling units, probably the greater profit, and I know it's going to cost a lot of money to develop a project of this size. But I frankly can't get my head wrapped around doubling the size of the county, or a 50% expansion in the size of the county over 20 years from one project. Especially given that we already have a project approved at Snow Basin that's nearly this size. So if both were to build out at the same time, you would double the size of the county, double the population over the same number of years. Anyway, just something to think about. maybe you need to go back and think about a more phased approach and a much smaller project. I don't know, but
Yeah, I mean, we're happy to look at like a phasing plan and that kind of stuff. And like I mentioned earlier, you know, we're coming in for kind of we have to conceptualize kind of the rough number of units, right? We're happy to make some bigger lots and cut that number down. We also, you know, we've had a decent amount of people that want to talk about being able to have some of their family come up here and be a part of it, and we've got some people that want all high-end homes across the whole thing, but just less density. And it's like, well, how do we meet both of those things, right? You can't. So we're trying to do the best that we know how to like accommodate both of you know, those items, so that we give more than just one, you know, type of person the opportunity to live here. So that is part of the reason why we've done what we've done. But like I said, we're happy to do what we can to try to work through some of these details.
great. Anything else? Okay, appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, our normal meeting set to begin at 5 p.m. We're going to take just a 5-minute break here for anybody that needs to refresh, and then we'll get started with our regular meeting. Thank you, Planning Commission members, for coming in. Appreciate it.
Never had a chance to meet you in person.
Sure, appreciate your comments.
Came straight from work, so I'm sweaty.
You're totally fine.
Smelly.
We are too. We are too.
Most people just call that manly. Manly, people don't want to stand near manly. I don't know, I developed it. We've been doing this. First thing you do is put together conceptual.
Lunch for me still. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started with our regular meeting here. You said this is in there.
It's in there, I just, you should have interrupted me, because I missed that.
That's
So I
great.
put it in there, and I was like, all right, so I just want to show you guys it actually is in the document. And now I'm gonna break that down. The plan is the whole, that's what I'm very, very first. So we keep traffic count on the plan as much as possible. Construction equipment,
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to go ahead and call our regularly scheduled meeting to order. Welcome to the Morgan County Commission meeting. Today is August 6th, 2024. We just concluded a work session. We had some conversation with Congressman Blake Moore, appreciate his visit here, and then a work session with the Planning Commission discussing the Nine Springs Ranch Resort Special District application. We will begin with an invocation and pledge of allegiance, and I've asked Commissioner Wilson to take care of that.
Father in heaven, we bow our heads and give great thanks for many blessings that we receive at hand in this beautiful county in which we're able to reside, for families, everyone who lives here, good people we get to associate with, for the opportunity to discuss matters of our county that will help us to improve, better. Pray, Heavenly Father, that those decisions made will do exactly that, and we can have harmony in our county, love for one another. Pray that the Spirit will attend us this evening as we discuss the matters on the agenda. We ask thy blessing to be upon those who are in harm's way right now, or protecting our country and for the freedoms that we have to be able to exercise our rights. We love and appreciate all that God does for us, and we recognize that hand in our cities and Jesus Christ. We stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Commissioner Wilson. Appreciate that. We will move into Section B of our agenda. This is the consent items. Are there any consent items that commissioners would like to pull into the action item section? Okay. Seeing none, I'll look for a motion on the consent agenda items.
I'll make that motion.
I assume that's to approve.
Second.
Okay. We have
To
a motion
approve.
and a second to approve the consent agenda items. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Declarations of conflict of interest with commissioners for any of tonight's agenda items. Seeing none, we will move to our public comment period. This is an opportunity for the public to address the commission. We do have several public hearings this evening. Those are items, let's see, items 4 through 7 are public hearing items. So if you'd like to address the commission on any one of those in particular, you will get an opportunity to address us on those later in the meeting. Otherwise, if you'd like to address the commission on any other items, feel free to do so now. We will ask to please state your name at the beginning and limit your comments to 3 minutes or less. Sure, absolutely. Come on up.
My name is John Wakeulus. I live in Mountain Green, in the Highlands. I just congratulate the work that was done, on this development plan. It does have a lot of way to go yet, I think. I appreciate the viewpoints of the commissioners. Some of those issues were already identified. However, I have 3 quickie ones. One is the conceptual plan. There's really these vague pods or subdivisions laid out. If you look at the LIDAR, state of Utah LIDAR, a good chunk of this land is very steep, 25% grade. there's no generalized plan. Somehow they came up with a total number of units, but there's no detail as how that was arrived at. And for example, are they going to be in small, dense clusters at the bottom of valleys, etc., or is the original building no real identification of the constraints? So I think that was a great.
Make sure you move to the mic,
I'm sorry. Yeah.
because they can't hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. So, so I do appreciate that those issues were already addressed to some extent. I think it needs additional definition, in my opinion. The water issues are quite vague. There has been a surface hydrology study that, as far as the report mentions, nothing with the development plan, nothing about any subsurface hydrology, about the sustainability of the aquifer, the amount of snow, basins, etc. You can pull tremendous amounts of water from a well with good productivity, but it's coming from somewhere. It's either affecting the downstream water rights holders or will eventually deplete up higher. So that, to me, needs quite a bit of definition before you approve the total number of units, which will fix the total demand of water likely in the future. They said it would be addressed by conservation, a tiered structure, additional wells, etc., but nothing definite at this point. So I appreciate the fact that those were identified as items that need additional development. Last one is traffic impact. The online documents, there was nothing, sort of blank pages, nothing there on those. Maybe it's a computer glitch on my side or whatever. But I worry mostly about not the traffic at build-out, which might be 15 or 20 years in the future, but we might be looking at 20 years of construction traffic, noise, and dust through the highlands, which are now currently residential roads, dead-end highways with kids and bicycles, people walking for exercise, walking their dogs, etc., etc. There's no sidewalks in the main street, for example. Now, I'm afraid these will become main thoroughfares, and they'll be persistent for many years, with spells of more activity and less, but nevertheless almost a constant reminder of the activity that's going on. So with that, I thank you very much for listening and comments.
Sir, would you spell your last name for us?
First name is John, J-O-H-N. Last name is W-A-Y-C-U-I-L-I-S.
Did you get that? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Rich Thomason, T-H-O-M-A-S-O-N. I live in the Highlands subdivision. I'm concerned about the increased traffic. I'm not anti-development, and I believe that property owners do have a right to develop their property. But I've lived in the Highlands for 30 years, and I do believe that we are entitled to the continued peace and solace that we've enjoyed for decades. The roads in the Highlands, in my view, are substandard. I've measured them in many places that they're less than the state standard of 22 feet, even less than 20 feet. There's no sidewalks, there's no rain gutters. On Tuesday mornings, the trash bins are out, and there's no place to walk. To double or triple that traffic through the Highlands would not enhance our lifestyle. The other part I want to point out is the location of the proposed village is within 200 or 300 yards of the Highlands subdivision, and we'd be subject to our night sky would be taken away from us, noise. You'll see somewhere in the documents they identify a half pipes need snowcats to make in the middle of the night that have backup alarms all night long. I just feel like the resort village would have a negative impact on our community. Thank you.
My name is Trent Wynn, W-Y-N-N. I live in the Highlands as well, on Highland Drive there. First, I'd like to say I can't tell you how appreciative I am of your guys' responses, questions, and whatnot. And certainly you guys, I think you're hearing our voices, and absolutely appreciate that. I'll be honest, I was a little concerned, and you certainly put my mind at ease. I hope you have some of the others as well. So thank you for standing by what you're hearing from the community. I live on Highland Drive. Currently there's a subdivision that's been approved and has started developing. Starting at 8 o'clock in the morning, every morning, we have dump trucks coming up and down that street all day long. And these aren't little trucks, these are massive dump trucks with engine brakes coming down, the rumbling. It's absolutely not what I envisioned when we moved into the Mountain Green area 4 years ago. I understand that there's studies to be had, and there's a lot of give and take that's going to occur. Part of my concern is the access through the highlands, through our community roads, through the residential roads that will be impacted when this development starts, however or whenever it starts. I too am respective of people's property and believe they have the right to develop it as they see fit, but I do believe in having community input in that it's a conducive setting for all of us that we can appreciate and enjoy and keep our community values to where it's just not some tourist attraction bringing people from all over the valley to our area. That's kind of why we moved up here, was to get away from that, understanding that our home was developed at one time as well. I get that. So I'm not blind to progress. It's just like you guys have hit on, the amount of people, the amount of homes, and the impact it'll have. Lastly, I just would like to say, although they have talked about the traffic study, I know that we've all gone down 84, down that canyon, when there's been an accident or some kind of an incident where traffic has been somewhat unbearable. Stop and go for miles, an hour drive from top to bottom, right? I can't imagine the impact that something like this will have on 84, not just our residential areas, but even the highway getting up to here from the valley. And that's something that I think is a concern, and I hope that things can be considered when you guys make the decisions for your zoning. Or I'm not familiar with the process, so when these decisions get made, I again appreciate you guys hearing us, and I hope that you consider the things that we're trying to present to you now. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Gary Peterson. I live at the top of Highland Drive, also in the Highlands. And I'd like to echo what he was talking about with the traffic, just the dump trucks. Just today, from the time I got home from work about 3:15 until I headed out this way about 3:45, I passed 3 dump trucks. And it is terrifying to see somebody else coming the other direction when one of those dump trucks is coming down. The road is nowhere near wide enough for that. So the immediate thought that went through my head was 20 years of development doing this, something's gonna have to change before they can do that. That was just the thought that came to me as I was coming here today. The thing that's been concerning to me when I look at this, I see from the developer's perspective something that would be very advantageous for them, and I imagine that's something they're going to try to do from a tax perspective, is to limit their own liability for all of it. And in the process of doing that, they'll likely do a conservation easement and take massive tax deductions for all of this development. And it'll be the stuff that they're no longer, or they're not able to develop. It's too steep a grade or whatever. They're going to donate it back to the county. Well, now all of a sudden we have all this land that we're not taxing anymore, and they're taking massive tax deductions for it. So that, from a tax perspective, concerns me. I won't talk about any of the water stuff that everybody else has talked about, but there's been some people in the neighborhood that have some expertise in these areas, and they've gone through it, and they have valid concerns as well. So I appreciate you listening.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no additional public comment, we will move, we do not have any presentations this evening, so we will move to our action items, and we'll start with action item number 1. Are you presenting this one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right, Brett's out of town, so I'm Austin Turner, common spelling.
Thank you.
Good enough? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. This project that we bring before you guys, the Peterson Bridge, the 4,000, it's on 4,000 North in Peterson. This project started January 6th of 2022. We were down there and there was an ice jam and it was flooding down the road and potentially getting ready to flood some homes. And so Brett and myself got together and decided we needed to do something about that bridge. It's one of these, it's county infrastructure that is extremely difficult to maintain and fix. I was able to go out and get a grant. Makes me a little nervous bringing this grant forward because it was kind of a rabbit out of the hat, kind of a miracle grant that 90% of it's going to be paid for by federal funds. So we have to come up with 10% to fix the bridge. We went forward and put it out for RFP, and 2 companies responded back, and Wardell Brothers came back within dollars of what the projected cost was going to be to do the bridge. And so we're presenting Wardell Brothers as the contractor that's going to come in and finish the bridge. We're hoping to have the bridge completely done and everything completed by November 15th.
Wow, that's a quick timeline.
Yes,
That's great.
it's the grant cycle. They're really putting some pressure on me to make sure it gets finished up, and we want it done and completed. In working with Wasatch Civil, we figure that we can go in and we're going to over double the height of the freeboard so that twice as much water and hopefully the ice chunks will make it under the bridge. Right now it's about 18 inches clearance. So we're going to try to double that.
Austin, where this is obviously going to help with our flooding problem that's occurred multiple times on that bridge.
Correct.
Is your suggestion that we pay for that match from flood mitigation funds, or do you suggest we pay for that through a different source?
That's the perfect place to pay for it, is through the flood mitigation.
We're talking about
funds.
27,000 roughly, 26 and
it's-
change.
Yeah. That's the perfect place to take it from.
Seems like a killer deal for this. Thank you so much for your work on the grant. That's huge.
Austin, do you know if there's a requirement through the grant for construction management, or are we planning to do that?
Some of the construction management we've already paid for through the flood funds. Some of it we paid for in the initial costs in the beginning in 2022.
Well, meaning as the construction's taking
as the
place and they're
yes,
putting the bridge
yes,
in, we gotta
yep.
have somebody, third
Yep.
party, kind of watching it, making sure.
Wasatch Civil or that, yeah, that's all covered in the cost.
Perfect.
So if it gets approved today and we get it signed, I will hand deliver it tomorrow to get them going, because Wardell Brothers knows that it's a really quick turnaround.
Awesome. Any questions?
Is this going to impede any river traffic?
There's a plan to work around.
Okay.
Right now, Peterson Creek, you could probably walk through it and not get the tops of your feet wet. So that's why we're doing it this time of year. There is water in it, but it's half-inch deep.
Typically, they just pump around it, dam it, and pump it around.
Yeah, I would assume, I'm not a contractor, but I would assume they've got a contingency for that. It's not going to be very much.
And has Garrett reviewed and approved the contract?
He has.
Yes. Talk for him, but like he has.
He has. I have no reference.
Okay, perfect. Look for a motion on this item.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we approve the contract agreement between Morgan County and Wardell Brothers Construction, Inc. For the removal of an existing bridge across Peterson Creek at 4,000 North and constructing a 12-by-4 culvert with inlet and related facilities.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner McConnell and a second by Commissioner Anderson to approve. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
I meant to include that it would be funded by the...
That's what I just thought about as you got done. Do you want to just amend that motion, or maybe make a new motion that it'll be, our match will be funded from the flood mitigation funds?
I'll make a motion that the contract agreement between Morgan County and Wardell Brothers Construction, that the county portion of the funding be paid from our flood mitigation fund account.
I'll also second that one.
Motion and a second to pay for the match on this project in the flood mitigation fund. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Austin.
Thank you.
Okay, Jeremy. Don't you just love this public speaking stuff?
I do. So we've had 3 audits, and then the privacy officer didn't do an audit, but the report sure looked like one. And one of our big failings was multi-factor authentication. You probably all used it where you try to log into something, then you got to whip out your phone and type in a number. So in that proposal, that is what it'll cost a year. Obviously, it won't cost that much this year because we're in the middle of it. And that satisfies one of our noted things in all of the audits that I've had. And the second part is a replacement for our aging router that will have 90,000 different triggers on it, but it also is part of the MAP program, which is Microsoft has white hat hackers that are hacking all the time. And as part of that program, our router will get those updates before Microsoft even releases the patches. So I think it's going to be really important. And, you know, I don't come in asking for money very often, so I think it's important. Questions?
Just to make sure I understood, we're talking between 6,000 and 7,000. Well, 5,200 and 7,000 roughly in one time.
It will probably, because of this year's the short, it'll probably be under 5.
Okay. And then,
but there will be
ongoing is about
continuing-
$2,000 a year.
Correct. And that's for all the computers. When you log into them, it will require either a key fob that we can purchase, or people can just put it on their phones. Some of them are scared that, oh, you can grab a request on your phone. There's nothing to grab a request. It's a number that resets every 1 minute. So, but we can go both directions.
So is that just the computers here, or is that like our laptops that we have, or what?
It wouldn't be for your iPhones or your iPads, but if you have a laptop like Kate does, yes, it would do on hers every time she logs in.
If you're logging into the database, right?
Into your
or
account,
email
the
as well.
computer.
So
yeah,
that-
we already have MFA on our email, and you really only have to do it the first time. But yeah, this would be in every time on any county Windows or Mac device, not iPads.
Not these iPads
No,
that are hooked to our system.
they already have MFA built into them, though.
Okay.
Which you could prove. So,
All right.
I mean, we could put the app on there.
Doesn't
It
matter
would
to me.
$3 per user to do something that's already done on the device, but we definitely could.
I don't really care.
Nobody wants it, but we need it. Just yesterday, we had a training with Weber County. What was yesterday, right? And poor Cindy came back just terrified. So, but for cybersecurity, and I told her, I said, we're better than most of them. Our last audit, in fact, the privacy lady said our IT was the highest in the state they've had so far. It was a lot of our policies, which you're going to see a lot of them, and you've seen a lot of those privacy contracts. Plain signed a few. That House Bill 491 is going to be the death of me. So, so you'll see a lot of those.
Appreciate your
Mike.
efforts to keep us safe electronically here, Jeremy. I know it takes a lot. So. Any questions on this project? I guess suggestions probably just fund balance to cover this.
So what's the amount of the budget increase that you're into?
I can go get the exact numbers because in
So
the
it's
proposal I put for the year, so
about
we would
6,000
cut.
one time and about 2,000 annually.
Correct.
But I guess all we're really approving now would be the increase for this year, because
Correct.
anything else we've approved.
It would be the 2,300 plus 4 months of the software. I should have put that in there, but
Correction, you're approving the expense. The budget amendment would have to go through a public
correct.
hearing.
That'll be through Leslie next budget period.
So we're talking about an expense, and maybe we, up to approximately $7,000 is probably sufficient.
Way, yeah, we're looking at like 5.
Robert, it's a good thing you're here tonight.
There's a motion to incur the expense?
Correct.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we incur an expense of approximately $7,000 to be paid from our general fund to fund the acquisition of a multi-factor authorization for all computers and improved AI Fortress gateway for the county building.
Second it.
A motion by Commissioner McConnell and a second by Commissioner Fackrell. All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Thank you, gentlemen.
Motion passes. Thanks, Jeremy. Appreciate it. Okay. We have Resolution CR 24-73, which is a nomination to appoint a resident to our one remaining at-large planning commission seat. Open it up for nominations.
Okay, I would like to nominate Maddie Maloney.
Okay, before we second that one, I know that there was discussion going on. At least I had the discussion. I had a few people answer back. You were one of them. Is there a reason why we do not want to, I mean, is that the main one you want, or do you want, I mean, I'd still like to have Chris Jensen. I know Maddie's here, and I appreciate her efforts. I'm just looking at,
That's my
I would-
nomination. You can nominate.
yeah, I know. And I nominated,
If that's your thought, you can make that nomination, then we'll vote in order of the nomination.
okay, well, I nominate Chris Jensen.
Okay. So we have a nomination for Maddie Maloney and a nomination for Chris Jensen. Are there any other nominations? Okay, if not, we'll close the nominations and we'll vote in successive order. All those in favor of appointing Maddie Maloney to the Planning Commission, please say aye.
Aye.
I'm an aye on that one as well. Any opposed?
No, I'm not opposed to her. I just would like, I would have liked Chris Jensen, so, sorry. Yeah,
Other places I've worked typically have like an alternate or two, so that if in some event planning commissioners can't attend, those alternates could step in and be the planning commissioner for that night, so that we at least could have a quorum. I don't know if that's something you want to entertain setting up, is to have an alternate in the county or not, but that is an option.
do we have, when you,
Be able to do that currently, we'd have to change
Yeah,
our
we'd have
our
to change
policy,
something.
But
Yeah.
that's not a bad idea.
I think
it's a good thought.
That's a good thought.
And I thought Chris Jensen was a good candidate.
yeah,
Yeah, and just to be clear, I agree. I don't, nothing against any candidate. So I heard 4 ayes for Maddie. I just want to
I'll
make sure.
say aye too.
Okay, so it's unanimous for Maddie. I won't call for a vote for Chris since we only have one position to fill. However, if we go that route, which sounds like a great idea, and it sounds like there's some support for that, that could be a good possibility for that.
Okay.
Okay.
I would say that for the first time, I remember we had a lot of applicants for these positions. We were able to choose from a good group of candidates.
I've been involved with the planning commission or the county commission for almost 12 years, and this is the first time we've had more than 2 applicants I can remember. So this is fantastic. Really, that there's a desire to get involved.
Well, not only did we have a bunch, but they were all qualified. They were all awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I guess we've done the nomination and approved the nomination. Do we need to do anything more on this resolution? Do we need to read it as a resolution, or are we good with what we did as the nomination?
I would think we need to do it as a resolution.
Okay, let's do that then. Resolution CR 24-73.
I move that we approve resolution CR-24-73 to appoint Maddie Maloney to the Morgan County Planning Commission.
Second?
A motion by Commissioner Fackrell and a second by Commissioner Wilson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. And Debbie, you got a full team now, so. Now you can really get to work. Not that you haven't been working very hard all this time. Awesome. County Recorder Brenda Nelson, come on up.
Recorder Brenda Nelson, here for ordinance number CO 24-1, an ordinance establishing thank you, a public land corner preservation fund to pay expenses incurred and authorized for the establishment, reestablishment, and maintenance corners of government surveys. Part of the grants that we have, we're supposed to have our preservation fund, which we have, but have in the past, but it's not a restricted fund where when surveys are done or grant monies come in and whatnot, that it goes right into that fund and it's not touched other than for survey corners, survey work and that, and not go back in the general fund. It should be rolled over every year if it's not used on the surveys and that, other monies we bring in each year for the filing of surveys.
So currently, we do have the fund, it's just part of our general fund. This ordinance is removing it from the general fund and making it a restricted fund.
Yeah, we have a fund that we give to the treasurer saying this much goes into that, but it just rolls over every year. And so if it's not used, then it goes away for us to use, and so we don't have a restricted fund.
So this was actually a precondition to a grant that we've already been awarded, is that we would create this fund. So I know we cart before the horse on that one. So we wouldn't be ineligible for those grant funds if we were not to restrict them.
And at this point, we're really not appropriating any new funds to this. We're just separating it out so that you can put your grant monies in that fund and hold those over from year to year.
And for survey filings.
Okay.
Things like that.
So you do collect a fee on those survey filings, and that is what would help replenish this fund? Gotcha.
So how much would normally go into that fund? I mean, from these filings, I don't know.
Charge $20, the surveys currently charge $20 per page for survey filing. So we bring roughly a couple thousand or so a year, and we haven't been using those funds. It's been rolled over. When I went to look to see how much we had, it was a restricted fund, so we want to make sure we incur that based on what we should be having for these grant monies, but also the filings of the surveys should go into taking care of surveys and not for grant monies.
So as far as the back funds, we wouldn't have any of those. You're starting fresh today, basically, is what you're trying to do, or what?
We already have the funds identified from, I believe, the past 5 fiscal years. It's de minimis, the amount. I think it's less than $5,000.
That's why
But it's already in her budget under the general fund. We would just move that from general fund into a restricted fund.
So this grant, the one that you've been receiving last year, I know, the $40,000 or whatever, that fund is what you're trying to make it to where you can go and put that money into this fund, the preservation fund, and then any monies that you bring in is going to just augment that.
Exactly.
And is it expected that we will be getting more grants, or are they not given that? Because otherwise, this is not very much.
She just got awarded the grant for 25,
Okay.
but we can't receive anything until it's restricted.
So when we go over budget in that area, which we did last year, when we go over budget in that, where's the money coming from to continue to do the preservation of these corners?
The reason we went over budget is because of the grant monies wasn't received, and so we had to do a budget adjustment until we got the monies, which we do get, because that grant money we get starts in one year and finishes up, then doesn't get paid till the following year. And the surveyor's doing his work both years, and so you get budgeted so much, the county does, to do survey additional besides the grant money that we might surveying company do. But because he bills us and we haven't got the grant monies, it creates that over, and so we have to do budget adjustment.
I understand that, but what I'm questioning is if we have a budget this last year of $41,000 and we ended up spending $42,000, where is it coming from?
The general fund.
So you're going to basically take it out of the general fund every time to put it into a restricted fund. I don't know that that's a good idea.
Well, hopefully you build up a fund so that you don't have to do that.
Well, that's the hope, but I'm just saying that we
but
are
that's-
spending, we're spending more for this and we don't have the fund that is there. If that's the case, then we may want to make that fund a bigger fund to begin with so that we don't have to have that problem every single year.
Yeah, let's budget the right amount.
Okay.
That's an option too.
That's what I'm saying.
We could
Budget and grant.
put some seed money in that fund initially from the general fund to keep it solvent.
Because the
That's
work
something
that's
you
being
want.
done pursuant to this is,
Right, and I agree with that. I'm just saying we need to look at the accounting of it to see whether or not it's going to be, every quarter, because we're over budget now, we've got a request from the general fund to pay for this fund that's a
Well, we just
restricted
have to
fund.
have the fund to
We
get
have
the
to have
grants.
we have to have a designation for it, and I agree 100% with that, because that way everything that goes into a corner preservation would come out of that fund, and I can understand that completely. And all I'm saying is when it comes budgeting time this year, we need to make sure that we put enough money into it, just like we're doing with the recreation funds, to be able to handle all the corner preservations.
I think we can all agree with you on that.
Okay, thank you.
Just to be clear, what we're doing tonight, it would just be establishing the funds. We're not moving any funds into that currently. We'll have to do a budget amendment to make that transfer.
Correct.
And that would be the point where maybe Brenda could give us an idea and say, we would transfer 5,000 over, but maybe we ought to consider transferring 10,000 to ensure that we've got some seed money to keep that fund solvent. So maybe you can look into what you think that needs to be to keep it in the black.
And that includes this year, right?
Well, that would be this year
Yes,
that needs to be
okay.
transferred over. Moving forward,
Yeah, you'll need to give us some more.
then we'll have to figure out, hopefully between your grant monies and your monies that are coming in from your fees, that will replenish the fund and we won't have to year after year take money from the general fund, but there may be a need for that, I don't know. And you could probably give us an idea of what we've spent in the past and what grant money we've had come in. I like it. Okay?
I'll make a motion that we approve.
Hold on, we gotta go into public hearing on this one since it is an ordinance, so you can make that motion if you want.
Make a motion that we go into public hearing.
Second.
A motion and a second to go into public hearing regarding ordinance CO 24-21. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion passes.
It is
Now in public hearing.
5:57, so I don't know if we need to
Oh,
just
6 o'clock.
Oh,
just filibuster
I
for
thought the
3 more.
6 o'clock was
Filibuster.
specific to budget. I guess
Well,
this is
and
a
it-
budget
I
item
mean,
though,
I-
isn't it?
That's what Blaine was doing. He was filibustering.
Blaine was helping us out there.
I was
Clock says
trying.
6 back there.
Why don't, while we're waiting just a minute, Brenda, can you give us an idea on how many of these corners we're able to resurvey and reestablish on a regular basis, and kind of your thoughts for, are we keeping up with that? Are we behind? Are we ahead? What's your overall feeling?
Well, it depends on the grant monies, of course, and that, and this year, in the next 5 years, they'll have, 250,000, I hope I said that right, $650,000 to share between 29 counties, and there was 2 counties that put in that went under if you divided equally. And so they gave them the full amount, and those that put in, they divided the difference between them. And what it's trying to do is the state is funding it, and they want to see what's being used for it, and is there a need to increase it after the 5 years. This year, for the 2024-2025 grant monies, which was about 24,000. We're starting to do the 4 North, finishing those up to group them together because there's a lot of surveys that are being done of development and that in the 4 North category. And it all just depends on how much they can, work they have to do as far as researching and what corners they can find. Last year there was a lot that they did at the Wasatch Peaks because of that big development, but also there was a lost stone that they were trying to find. So we didn't get as many corners last year as we would have liked to because of all the work that was entailed that it took and the research. This year we're hoping to get about 12 to 16 stones and stuff found and monumented using the county corner establishment for surveys when they start coming in, that they use those corners and know that the county has said this is where we feel the true corners are, and to use that.
So Brenda, is it approximately $2,000 per corner when we do that? Or is it vary?
It varies. It varies based on the work that gets involved in it. Some might be 1,000, but some might be 4,000 or 5,000 because of the work that's entailed in. And you get up such as in Wasatch Peaks area and stuff, when you're in a mountainous terrain and stuff, it takes more work to find it, but also to get in up there to do your job.
So how many do you think we need to, how many more do we have left in the county to do? Do you have any clue?
I don't.
Okay,
But if you-
I'm just curious.
But if you
Curious,
figure if you
George.
got 36 sections in a township, and we got several townships, and then you got to get 4 corners for each of those.
So it's based on the township, not each section. Is that correct? Or is it each section?
Well, you want to get excuse me, I take that back. Each section has 4 corners.
Oh, okay.
And each
township
has
has
36 sections.
Okay.
Except for there's a couple of them that have special sections 37, 38, and 39.
Right.
And that's
So
there's
we'll never
there's
get
several
done.
thousand. There's several thousand, which is a lot better than if we were in a big county that has 10 times as much.
So Brenda, I don't think I'm misspeaking, but on our maps, there's a map called monument tie sheets. So when you click on that map, you can actually just look around and look at the sections, and you can see what monuments are actually found and tied, and there's a big area that we don't have any information on. So
And let's step back on that. If you're looking at the GIS website and stuff, that they haven't been updated, even though we've given information, they're behind in that, and that's one of the things we want to do is update the tie sheets to be more up to date.
Yes.
And then for the surveyors can click on that and use those and not have to come into our office.
Will that be occurring as part of that GIS project that's being done?
You
That
want to
update?
place the surveys on the GIS website as well as the survey corners for people to look at the surveys that are done, see them but as often corners as we can.
So you feel like when we're done with that, it will be a little better to be able to see on the Google Earth image where those lines are, the actual property lines. Thinking about a particular property along the river.
Does that happen to be yours?
No,
I'm
it happens to
just
be a
teasing.
Taggart.
I'm just teasing when I said that. I know who you're talking about.
Okay, we are past the 6 o'clock hour. We had a motion and a second and a vote to go into public hearing for this item. So we're going to go ahead and open our public hearing and allow any public that's here to give their thoughts on ordinance CO 24-21. Okay.
Anticlimactic response, therefore I'll move to close the public hearing.
I have a motion by Commissioner McConnell and a second by Commissioner Wilson to close the public hearing. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. We are now back in the public meeting discussing ordinance CO 24-21.
I move to accept CO 24-21, creating a public land corner preservation fund.
I'll second.
A motion by Commissioner Fackrell and a second by Commissioner McConnell to approve CO 24-21. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes and is unanimous. Okay, thank you, Brenda. Appreciate it.
Brenda, thank you for your time.
Moving to action item number 5, Josh. This is discussion and public hearing as well on an approval of a text amendment to modify a Morgan County Code subdivision section incorporating changes from SB 174.
So the state legislature in 2023, they approved a change to the state statute, which would require cities and counties, jurisdictions to update their subdivision regulations, modifying how subdivisions would be processed regarding preliminary and final plats. Who would be the individual that would, or the land use authority that would be designated to make the final decision on those subdivisions. The county attorney's office, as well as the planning department, has worked at incorporating SB 174 into our code. I believe the deputy attorney, I'll have the county attorney speak to what she did with the text and how she incorporated it into our code. I will say that the text itself is very limiting on when it would actually take effect in our county, given the just the level of geologic hazards that are around the county. But with that, if the county attorney would like to talk about how Janet incorporated it into our code.
So when you look at, so for example, on it's page 387 of the packet or page 37 of the ordinance, anything that is the bold capitalized are things that were required by SB 174. Anything that's highlighted are additional words that Janet added to try to clarify or make it flow better with our code. And so, and then of course the strike through is showing what is taken out of our current code. But just if you had any questions of why some areas are highlighted, that's not specifically from 174, but Janet thought it would help clarify certain things. For example, I don't know what page it's on, but there's a page where it talks about this only applies, where she added that because it is very restricted. As Josh said, if there's the known geological hazards or it's not a certain type of development, then it doesn't even apply. And so it'll have limited application within our county, even though we are mandated to update our code.
Questions for staff?
So we didn't make any changes in the land use authorities reviewing the plats. We've designated them, which is what the requirement is.
That's good.
Right. In fact, I
thought
it's on this.
Page 41.
Is that page 41 where in parentheses that highlighted language?
And so all of it that goes all the way up to 47, 46, through 45, is that all part of that new text?
Yes, so she incorporated, so there's certain aspects of our land use code that apply across the board, but then she'll say except as in 155.500 to say that the requirements of SB 174 supersede those other general requirements. And then when you go to the 155.500, which starts on page 41, that's the language brought from Senate Bill 174, word for word, except that where it's highlighted, Janet is adding here and there.
So any of that capitalized section from 42 on to 45 then is all the new code. that
Beginning on
we're-
41, yes.
41
Yep.
that we're going through and we need to change, or I mean, we need to accept, if we accept it. Is that correct?
That's right.
Because the rest of it didn't make any sense to me. I didn't know what we were doing.
The rest of it doesn't apply specifically. It's just showing where, except as provided in 155.500. We have to amend our code, and that's why we couldn't just adopt SB 174 in totality, because, or without amending the other provisions of our code that are contradictory. And so that's why we had to add the except as provided in the SB 174 language. The rest of our code still applies.
So SB 174 hasn't created something else that our residents are going to have to spend money on to get a building permit, correct?
No, SB 174 would streamline the process for those subdivisions that are single-family, two-family, or townhome subdivisions where there are no geologic hazards. So in a situation, and it'll be rare, where there are no geologic hazards on the property in question that's being subdivided, I will not follow the current pattern. I will follow SB 174's pattern, which is being adopted 155.500 all the way through to the end 155.08.
And that's being forced on us by this state, is what you're saying?
That is correct.
So does that mean if they have a development agreement, they still have to follow this code, correct?
Your development agreement sets your entitlements and the laws and ordinances that we will follow as part of the review for that development agreement. However, with subdivisions, it's a little bit different because since they haven't done all the requirements for a geologic hazard study, there are things that we can require them to do for the public health, safety, and welfare that may not have been outlined in the development agreement. But for the most part, development agreements are reviewed and approved based on the laws that were in place, if that's what it says to do. And if there's items that were not addressed in the development agreement, such as lot coverage or setbacks or whatever, it defaults to the underlying zoning of our zoning code. So it's kind of a convoluted answer, but
It makes a little more sense.
Josh, just to make sure I'm following you here.
Okay.
I'm going to try to phrase this, maybe do a hypothetical and see if I understand this right.
okay.
Generally speaking, if you're doing a development agreement, you're probably a pretty large parcel of property and you're going to have multiple lots. Let's say a developer does that, and even if they do phasing for each subdivision, if they come in, chances are they're going to have some type of a geohazard on the property, which would mean this is null and void. So generally speaking, we're probably talking small subdivisions, right, that are pretty compact in size in terms of, and location, that would not have any geohazards. But if you had a developer that had a property like that, even if it was part of a development agreement, if he happened to have a section of that or a phase of that subdivision that met the requirement of no geohazard, he could follow this portion. However, that doesn't nullify the development agreement. It just means that the process for the subdivision approval is different than the process for subdivision approval otherwise, correct?
Correct. And the developer of the development agreement would probably like the SB 174 process because it's supposed to limit it.
Supposed to expedite it, make it a little quicker.
Right. For instance, we can't require a concept plan, technically. They would come in for a pre-application meeting and bring a concept plan, and we would make comments on that at the time, and then they would go away, make the changes, and submit directly for preliminary plat. So it is supposed to speed it up a little bit. But again, because of the geohazards in our county, it'll be limited in scope.
Gotcha. That makes sense. Okay, thank you. Any additional questions for Josh? Okay. Seeing none, we'll look for a motion to adjourn the public meeting and convene a public hearing regarding ordinance CO 24-16.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
A motion from Commissioner Anderson and a second from Commissioner Fackrell. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. We are now in public hearing regarding ordinance CO 24-16. Okay, seeing no public comment, we'll look for a motion to close the public hearing and reconvene the public meeting.
Second, or I'm sorry, so moved.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Anderson, or excuse me, Commissioner Wilson, and a second by Commissioner Wilson. No, second by Commissioner Anderson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion.
I'll be an
any
aye on that.
opposed? Okay, motion passes and is unanimous. All right, I'll look for a motion regarding ordinance CO 24-16.
So, before you make that motion, can I just point out a couple of spots? So if you look at page 42 of the agreement, or of the ordinance, or 392 of the packet, there is a cross out of public hearing and changing it to meeting, and that was a suggested edit from the Planning Commission. We think that that's a good idea, even though it does deviate from line 413 of SB 174. I think it might have just been a typo for them because it's talking about an administrative application coming in for a preliminary plat, but then they're talking about a legislative public hearing. And so we think that even though the state's mandating us to adopt this language, that's an appropriate change because it aligns with the context of what's going on.
So, go ahead, and then I'll ask the question.
And then the other, if we look at page 387 or page 37 of the document, I think it's a little confusing, and so if you're okay, I'll just adjust the formatting so that when it goes from A, we outline the Roman numeral little I, and then move the is on the other side of the semicolon and just remove the semicolon. And then it'll read more clearly when it gets to the Roman numeral 2 little I later on. So I'll just make that small formatting change, which deviates from the packet.
Okay, so back on 40. Let's see. Page 42. It says you're going to hold no more than one public meeting. There is nothing in here that says that well, my question is are we going to, because I have had some complaints by individuals that have said that the information from the Planning Commission is not available before the public hearing. So therefore the public hearing, here people don't really know what's going on before that public hearing. So is this a public hearing or a public meeting within the commission, the Planning Commission, or where?
Whoever told you that was completely false. We follow the state statutes regarding all notification requirements. It is posted a minimum of 10 days before. Text amendments, public hearings, anything legislative is posted 10 days before in the required locations. If it's property specific, we notice the property as well 1,000 feet out from that. On top of that, we put it in a newspaper of common circulation. The Standard Examiner is the one that we're using. It is also posted to the state public notice board what we are doing. So I am sorry, but that's not, whoever told you that is just flat out false.
How about in the...
Be clear too, this isn't a public hearing anyway because it's an administrative item.
That's
so
correct.
There would be no
All right.
public
And
hearing.
So then why would we need a public meeting then if it's an administrative?
We still approve all of our administrative items in a public meeting. We
Correct.
just don't have to notice it 10 days in advance and
Okay.
open it up for a public hearing specific to that agenda item.
Okay.
So every item, subdivision, site plan, conditional use permit, all of those are administrative actions. Even though they're administrative actions, we still bring them before Planning Commission if they're the land use authority designated in our code, or we bring them before the Planning Commission for a recommendation and then to you for final decision. But all administrative and legislative items, except those where I'm designated as the land use authority, come before a public body for a public meeting. The issue with SB 174, as mentioned by the county attorney, is that they hold a public meeting, and then 3 lines down, we're supposed to hold a public hearing. But public hearings are supposed to be held only for legislative items as opposed to administrative. So I would imagine that was more of a Scrivener error and not what was supposed to be in the Senate.
There will still be notice. And in fact, what it says here, this almost indicates the other side of the pendulum, or swinging the pendulum the other way, to say you can't just postpone an item indefinitely and continue to hold public meeting after public meeting, which occasionally happens when something's not being moved forward. And so the legislature is saying, okay, for something that is more simple, right, there's no geo issues, and it's with regard to the single, the easier items, perhaps. I don't know, I'll defer to Josh on what's easy and what's not, but it seems like for the simple applications, we don't want to continue the item multiple times, and so that's why it says hold no more than 1 public meeting.
The notification section of our current code already says that we should only hold 1 public meeting in it. So we already show that, even though Planning Commission has continued items and the County Commission has continued items, our code does say there should only be 1 meeting. But obviously it's up to
Just a clarification. So then the 1 public meeting would be in the Planning Commission, or does that mean there's also one if it comes to us, would there also be another one, or is it just in the Planning Commission?
No, I believe the SB 174 allows us to set who the land use authority is going to be, who's going to make the decisions on those subdivisions. And in a previous discussion with the County Commission, it was discussed that would be the Planning Commission that would be the ultimate authority for those subdivisions.
Did we say planning commission?
Planning
is
Commission,
the-
yeah.
Any other questions? We look for a motion on ordinance CO 24-16.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we approve the SB 174 code text amendment to amend Morgan County Code to update the sections of code that are mandated by the state legislature that refer to subdivision from the draft ordinance dated August 6, 2024, with the technical changes recommended by the county attorney.
Second.
And a second by Commissioner Fackrell. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. All right, Josh, back to you. This is ordinance CO 24-18, a text code amendment that offers an additional option for rural residential zoning.
Thank you. I'm going to introduce the item, and then to give Jeremy a little bit of experience presenting a legislative item. He actually went through, created all the tables based on our discussions. He's updated them according to how I feel it should go, but I'd like to give him some experience kind of going through the tables and discussing kind of our methodology and why we decided to bring this the way it is to you. But we were directed by County Commission to create a new zoning designation, another rural residential designation between rural residential 1 acre and rural residential 5 acre. It was thrown around at that meeting to do 2 acre and 3 acre. I mentioned maybe let's just do 1 at 2.5. I think introducing 1 rural residential new district would be the right way to go. Split the difference between 1 acre and 5 and go 2.5. It just made kind of more sense to me as we were outlining the tables and things like that. So I'll turn it over to Jeremy, and he can kind of, I'll scroll through for him while he kind of discusses what we propose.
Thank you, and good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the County Commission. The Rural Residential Code Text Amendment, as was previously mentioned was a directive to staff from the county commission on a public meeting on June 4. And while staff has done a review to find all applicable code sections that specifically mention rural residential 5-acre minimum and 1-acre minimum as examples, we found all of those code sections, and then those are all going to be presented to you tonight to show what the change would look like to include a new zoning district for rural residential 2.5-acre minimum. And a couple other things, this opportunity, I suppose, to look at these sections of codes provides us is simplification of our use table, and we can look at that shortly. It also provides the opportunity to look at the lot coverage for rural residential districts. And in all things where we're presenting a rural residential 2.5-acre minimum zoning, we'll treat it like 1-acre minimum zoning as far as the entitlements defined and the development standards. So this first table is the and these are all sections from our county code, 155.082. I'm sorry, this first one just simply shows the 155.083, the area regulations, and simply just displays the 2.5-acre zoning as the new option, highlighted or bolded, darkened. And so then the next table is 155.082, the use regulations table, and this is what I referred to earlier. What staff found when we were considering a new zoning option is that the use table for RR10, RR5, and RR1 all had very similar standards, only in a few of the different standards, meaning some of the rows that outline development standards, were there any differences at all, only a small handful. So we suggest just calling it rural residential in the far right column. And then as an example of one of those sections that I'm referring to, next page, down below where it says kennel, almost to the end of this page, you can see the not permitted, which reflects RR1 and RR5 in this new 2.5-acre zoning option. But some discussion with the Planning Commission, they helped us with a good way that we believe is a good way to display this, that alleviates confusion, to have the asterisk, and then the asterisk within the cell of this table to say that it's only allowed in RR10 and RR5 with the C2 conditional use permit designation going to the Planning Commission. So that's only in a handful of these. Otherwise, the zoning was the same. So I wanted to make the suggestion that staff is making, putting it together with the 2.5-acre option for this table specifically, pretty clear. And the next table is 155.083 area regulations. I kind of put it at the front as well to show you the new zoning option. The next table is 155.084, and this is what I mean when I said that staff was going to defer to, with this new zoning option, have it reflect what RR1 defines as standards and entitlements for that particular zoning option. Just making it look the same.
If I may interject really quickly, before the Planning Commission meeting, we had it set where we would divide between the two, but during the Planning Commission discussion and recommendation, they felt that it should mirror the RR1 requirements. So we've updated it to mirror what the Planning Commission recommended. I will also add, because I forgot to say, the Planning Commission did recommend approval unanimously.
That's true, and that happened on the regularly scheduled meeting for that body on July 25.
Why did I think that RR5 also had 200 foot of frontage? It's 250, huh?
It's 250, yes, that's true.
Yeah, I didn't change that.
Okay. And for the next table that talks about...
So on this, can you explain that next one down below that, where it's 140?
Yep. So where lots have lot lines that are adjacent to and share a boundary line with a public or private road, the minimum lot width. So up here, you're talking about minimum frontage. So that's where the property line is actually on the street. The minimum width is measured from the front yard setback, which is typically 30 feet back from your front property line. So what this is saying is at the street, you need a minimum of 200 feet, 30 feet back from the property line where your front yard setback is, the minimum width is 140 feet. So it just means the lot lines can
Taper.
Taper. Yep. Thank you. Did you need me to draw it?
Yep.
Okay.
Like
If you
going
can.
into a pie shape.
Okay, so what does,
The house sits on the setback,
okay,
so it can't go less than 140 feet where the house is set. The setback, right?
That's exactly it. Thank you.
so you're saying it doesn't have to be 200 feet?
Where the house sits.
There aren't many square or rectangle lots in the county. Most of them taper. Their lot lines shrink and but there's specific dimensions that they have to meet at certain points. And along the street, which is where their front property line is, it needs to be 200 feet. And as Commissioner Wilson was saying, you measure 30 feet back or whatever that front yard setback is, and then that's the minimum lot width.
Oh, okay. All right. So if it goes like this, then that means your house, if it's 30 feet back, that distance only has to be 140.
Yeah.
Okay. But the front
Yeah.
still has to
Can
be
be
200.
less than. But that's a pretty tight taper too.
Yeah, that's a real tight.
I would argue
Yeah.
there's not many properties that this code section applies to.
Right.
Not in
But I'm
future
just
applications
curious. Curious again.
For clarification, it applies to every lot in the county. And when we review subdivision regulations, those are some of the things that we review to make sure that they meet lot frontage and lot width.
I only mean to say there's not many lots shaped like that. The next section is our yard regulations 155.085. It's the 30 feet that's actually standard across all rural residential districts in every zone in this chapter. For the front yard regulations, next is Table B, the rear yard regulations that has rural residential 2.5 at 10 for accessory, 30 main buildings, and 15 government buildings to reflect RR1. The C table is our side yard regulations that shows 10 feet for accessory buildings, 15 feet for main buildings, and 15 feet for utility and government buildings to reflect RR1 as well. The next code section is 155.087 coverage regulations, and this is what I mentioned earlier, where we do have an opportunity to look at this code section that we get a lot of questions about lot coverage in our office, and where currently RR10 proposes 5% lot coverage, the max amount of structures that you can put on a property, and for clarification, we trace the roof lines of structures, and that compared to the square footage of the size of the lot is the lot coverage calculation as defined in this section. And so
the question I have for that is in some of the subdivisions that we've done down in Mountain Green, they were like a 50%. So how is that different than what this is?
No, so we don't have any 50% lot coverage anywhere in the county. A20, F1, MU160 have unlimited lot coverage. Currently, RR10, RR5, RR1, and RR1 all have a 5, 10, and 20% lot coverage. We've thought it might be a good idea to revisit this because the county commission approved lot coverage increases for R120, R112, and then R18 as R18 about a year ago, and they increased those lot coverages to 40%. Before it was less. Some of the developments in Mount Green have even smaller lot coverages than that at 25%.
Okay.
So,
So if it's a, so does a lot become illegal legal non-conforming if it was built before this time frame or before we did things like this?
I would imagine that if there's lots in the RR10, RR5, and RR1 that are currently non-conforming because of lot coverage, this is going to help them come into conformance.
Not me.
Well, I
It's
believe.
giving them 30%.
Yeah, I believe you're A20.
I'm RR1.
The frontage of your lot is RR1, but the back is A20, correct? Which means that you enjoy both the benefits of A20 and RR1. So if you're constructing buildings in the A20 section of your property, you have to meet the setbacks of the A20 zone, but you're also entitled to the A20 lot coverage allowance as well, which is unlimited. So
All right, I can talk to you later on.
okay.
I just was curious.
Yep. No
Another
problem.
curious George thing.
Okay,
Sure, so with,
additional questions?
I don't have much to go through,
Okay, go ahead,
Mr.
sorry.
Chair, except for the fact that it's 30% across all rural residential zones is what the proposal from staff is. Again, an opportunity here to grant increased property rights to property owners in rural residential zones, along with the new 2.5 acre option being 30 as well. The last table being 155.089, showing the new 2.5 acre option. And then I did want to highlight code section 155.060. Again, staff going through and finding every code section that just mentioned RR1 or RR10 or anything like that. Putting in RR2.5 here as well, just to define it in this section. And then recently, the last table shows 155.429 utilities, a utilities code text amendment that was County Ordinance 24-09, approved in a County Commission meeting on April 16 of this year. Making sure not to miss any code section, putting it there as well as the new 2.5 acre option. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, another question for either one of you. What is the difference between an A5 or an A2.5 versus the RR? Is there such a thing? I don't know.
We don't have an A5 or an A2.
I know we don't have them, but is there? Because I've seen it in some codes somewhere.
Yeah, every jurisdiction has their own land use designations that they've come up with and they've adopted that they want to follow. Other areas I've worked in, they had an A36 and an A5. It's all how you want to set up your land use designations as a county. Right now, you have MU160, F1, A20 as more of the agriculture type zones, even though you allow agriculture in all the rural residential districts. But then your rural residential currently is defined as 10, 5, and 1. I think adding a 2.5 is a good idea. It would help alleviate some of the concern of the commission about people rezoning to R1 just to get a couple lots, even though that does give them technically the entitlements for 1 acre. So I think this is a good middle of the road zoning district that would kind of alleviate some of the density concerns that have come up in other meetings.
Another common complaint that we get is that rezoning to RR1 doesn't help them meet the standard from Weber Morgan Health for 1.75 acres for wells and septics that again has recently been adjusted, but a 2.5 acre option when you're rezoning from 20 acre minimum or 10 acre minimum gets you down into I think what our code officially calls more medium density. And so it just provides another option for property owners across a lot of the county, actually.
Okay, so my question is still, what's the difference between RR and A?
It's different designation for a different county.
Matt, stop.
I would say it's the words that you're using to describe the zoning district that you want. That's the only difference here. Because
They
you
could be exactly the same,
Yeah, you
depending
could
on which
change.
jurisdiction you're comparing.
But they've
to.
used an A instead
They've
of
just
an
used
R.
an A instead of
Yeah,
an R.
you could change all of these to agriculture 10, agriculture 5, agriculture 2.5,
Well, I was just
agriculture
wondering,
1.
why is it considered RR versus A? Because we're
Uh,
not
That was
I
the,
don't
that
have
was
an
the
answer
naming
for that.
convention that we
Yeah.
adopted at some point in the past.
Just a nomenclature.
Okay.
Can you go back to the first table?
Are you talking about the land use or this
No,
one?
that one right there.
Okay.
So why do we go, it's stated in acreage in that left column, right? We go MU 160, and then F1, it's a quarter section, which is 160 acres. So
Yeah.
why don't we just make that all 160 instead of
great
talking about
suggestion.
quarter sections?
If you want to include that in the motion, we'll update it. It's kind of
I
odd.
agree, we should change that. I just wanted to make a quick comment. Probably 10 years ago, I went to the planning commission, when I was on the planning commission, and I brought this up and I said, I think we need to have a 2 or 3 acre zoning. Debbie remembers this. I'm thrilled to see this coming to pass because it's been a long time coming. I think it's important, I think it's necessary, and I think it will actually, although there were some that had concerns at the time that it was going to increase density, I actually think it's going to decrease density in a lot of areas because you're going to have a lot of landowners that instead of dividing their 20 or 30 acres into 1 acre parcels, they're going to go to this 2.5. And so I'm very happy with this. I appreciate the work that's gone into it. I'm really thrilled that the planning commission understood the assignment, so to speak, in reviewing it and understood the full ramifications of it. So just a comment I wanted to make. Any other questions for Josh or Jeremy?
I'll make a motion that we close the public meeting and open the public hearing on this item.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner McConnell and a second by Commissioner Fackrell to close the public meeting and open public hearing on ordinance CO 24-18. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay, we are now in public hearing.
I'll make a motion that we close the public hearing on this item.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner McConnell and a second by Commissioner Fackrell. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. We are now back in public meeting regarding ordinance CO 24-18. And I'll look for a motion on that item if there's no additional questions or comments.
I'll make a motion, we approve the Rural Residential Code Text Amendment to amend Morgan County Code to add new residential district RR-2.5 from the draft ordinance dated August 6, 2024, with the update of table 155.083 area regulations from 1/4 section to 160.
I'll second.
A motion by Commissioner Anderson, a second by Commissioner McConnell. All those in favor?
Aye.
I got a question before we do that, sorry. So the F1.
You had to ask your question before
No,
we called for the
Actually,
vote.
in our parliamentary procedures, we can actually ask it now before the vote, if I want. So the F1, you're changing it completely? Or doing away with F1?
Oh,
or
he's just
you're
changing
changing it
instead of
to
saying a quarter
160?
acre, or
Okay.
quarter section to say 160
Okay.
acres.
Aye.
I'm gonna say in a section you have 640 total acres.
Right.
Divide that into 4, you get 160.
160.
Correct.
Right.
F1.
I understand that.
And MU 160.
I just thought we
Yeah.
were going to do away with the F1 and just make it all 160, MU 160.
No.
Oh, no.
No, we're just changing the
Okay.
table to
Can't get
read
rid of the
160
F.
acres,
I
which
will
is
update
synonymous
the-
with a quarter section.
You've tried to on me all the time.
Okay, the vote was unanimous. You didn't catch that. All right, we're gonna move on. We're gonna keep this thing moving. Item number 7. This is also a public hearing. Man, we got a lot of public hearings tonight.
I
Text
promise
amendments
next one.
regarding fence and
We ought to
wall
limit those to
standards.
2 tonight.
I promise the next meeting.
This is great. We're getting stuff done.
We are.
Appreciate it.
I promise you will only have one from me at the next meeting.
One is all?
Just one.
Why?
Yeah. Application number 24.036 is a request for a code text amendment to the fencing requirements, fencing and wall requirements within the county code. For the sake of the audience, staff is only allowed to bring amendments forward if we are, one, directed by county commission, two, directed by planning commission, or if a private individual submits an application, pays a fee, and then submits the language that they want to use to change the code. In this instance, the applicant is Rome Development. They looked at our code. I spoke to them about the fencing requirements, and they felt this would be the route that they'd like to go to update the fencing requirements for their development. Our code currently doesn't allow for fences along property lines that front on a street for double frontage lots to be any different than a front yard fence, which is limited to 3 feet tall. If it's totally like block wall, you can't see through it, or you can go 4 feet if it's 75% clear. The changes proposed tonight would allow for subdivisions to create perimeter fencing to help those properties that have double frontage, front and back, to create some private space for those property owners. It would also create some security for the children playing in the backyards of those lots that front on that collector road in the back, as well as the side yards. So the language that we proposed would change, it wouldn't change it completely, it would just add another section called Subdivision Perimeter Fencing, 5, and then A, B, and C. Staff is recommending approval of this change, as we think that it would allow for greater security for those property owners, as well as allow them a little bit more privacy than they currently allowed in our current code. Planning Commission heard this item at their last meeting and it recommended unanimously approval.
I got a question for you on this. Can I be curious, George, on this one?
You may. I only take that title when I'm doing it.
So, I agree with the security 100% and like the change. The concern I have is when you have a rear property line and it's fenced, rarely do I see people go on the other side of that fence to maintain that between the fence and the sidewalk or park strip or wherever it's at.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So do we know how that'll be maintained? And maybe in subdivisions like Rome, there's a homeowners, which is great because at least they can manage that. But I think in a typical standard residential subdivision, you know, I don't think I'd be going all the way around to weed eat. I'd just go on inside the fence and call it good. And I don't know. Just curious on how.
That's a good point. I believe in those instances, the homeowners association would be the best bet to maintain. And I don't know if there needs to be an agreement with Rome as part of this text amendment that they enter into that agreement that those areas will be maintained by the HOA.
So, I think I have a related question. So, this is allowing them to put the fence on the property line.
That's correct.
So, is that with respect to most subdivision lots on the inside edge of the sidewalk?
No, the property line extends beyond the street right of way extends beyond the sidewalks. So your property line is
So
1 or
you're
2
going to have
feet beyond
a
the
strip
sidewalk.
between the,
That's
which
correct.
is what Commissioner Anderson is concerned about.
Okay, of how many feet? Well, so I have mixed feelings on that. We had in South Jordan, we had a subdivision where our CC&Rs prohibited the fence from being closer than 6 feet to the sidewalk. So there was kind of a green space along the fence. And I didn't really even think about it until somebody put one right at the sidewalk. And it's kind of like, it's a very different feeling than the neighbors across the street where you had some lawn and trees that were maintained as you went down the street. So is the typical public right-of-way extending 2, 4, or 6 feet beyond the sidewalk? Is that what we're?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
it's between 2 to 6 feet past, depending on the street cross.
And I think our ordinance requires the residents to maintain it,
I believe
right?
so,
Because
yeah.
that everybody's park strip is maintained.
Sure.
Theoretically, the ordinance, I think, requires it.
Yeah.
So it would be a county enforcement to address your issue if it becomes a nuisance or. But yeah, I mean, the one on the side yard, I would think people would maintain. If you live on a cul-de-sac lot at the end of the cul-de-sac and then it's your back and you have to go clear down the street and up around another one.
Yep.
That, having lived in that situation, that one maintained as well.
This doesn't address the side yard for internal side yards. Our code already allows that within subdivisions.
Well, they would just be right down the middle there,
Yeah.
internal side yards, typically.
Yeah, the internal side yards are, if they front on a street, so the corner lots within a subdivision along the local roads already are allowed the 6 foot on the property line, as long as they don't come in front of the front yard setback, and that's defined up above on corner or double frontage lots. So we're not adding that. This is only for the perimeter fencing, and the corner lots on the corners of those collector roads, not the internal local.
Can we put in there that it needs to be maintained by the HOA?
Yeah, you could add that.
reference in the code if we say that.
Yeah.
But what about the?
It should be maintained.
It should be maintained, but not all subdivisions have HOAs to maintain it.
That is true.
I think it needs to be, I don't know for sure, but I have to believe that our code requires maintenance of the public right-of-way area inside of the code.
I can look into that. I believe it already does. We do have a nuisance section for unkempt yards as well, and so we could enforce the code that way.
Oh, those are enforced.
Sure.
Yeah, for the same reason I have to remove the snow.
If I get complaints, I
sidewalk.
do try. But if I get a code enforcement officer, it might help. Bring in a plug.
So this is only going to be used or available to be used on things such as this subdivision where you've got a front and a back, one bordering both streets. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's subdivision perimeter fencing where you have the double frontage lots.
How about a one-lot subdivision?
Well, a one-lot subdivision, you're going to front on the street, your backyard's going to be behind you. If it's a corner lot, then we might be able to look at that. I'd have to look at how it's laid out.
Just curious how it's going to be done.
It should be
because
enforced fairly and equally across the board. If you're a subdivision, I'm going to
So
look
what
at it.
happens if you own out into the road? You cannot put up a fence there. So
I think that's what if aliens come down as well. I mean,
yeah, I know.
There's
So
a lot of what ifs we can kind of talk about.
I know, but I'm just asking because somebody's going to literally take this law and say, well, I own it to the middle of the road. I'm going to put up a fence there.
Well, you can't, if we've been maintaining that road, whether the map shows that you own it or not.
So in other words, we need to change it to where it's not within a public right of way.
Prescriptive right.
Well, we
prescriptive
already
right of
don't
ways.
allow fencing in public right of way, so.
The highway authority, there is a code, and we know it's in 72. I just don't know if I remember the rest of it, but it's in 72, and it says that the highway authority can immediately remove any obstruction within a right of way. If we want to do it, if the highway authority
Without an eminent domain.
wants to do it without and impose the cost of removal on the property owner, they have to give 10-day notice. But it can be moved immediately by Public Works as the highway authority for the county. If it's a UDOT road, then that's out of our control.
I wouldn't think someone would be
Where are we at? I don't
intelligent
even know
enough
where
to
we're at.
Oh,
place
I
a
know- I
fence
know
in the
one
road, but
I
I've
know
had
one
people
person
place
that would've.
fences on county property in the past, so. Or
That's
river.
right.
Thank you.
That's
All
what
right.
I'm saying.
I think we're splitting hairs here.
Well, I know, but we could end up to a point that where somebody is going to do just what has happened. And I'm worried about, I mean, I love it. I like it but then again, I'm just worried about those extra instances where the attorney has to become involved. And so what do we do?
So can I give an example? You're talking about property lines that go to the middle of an existing road.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so in Weber County, along 3500 West and 12th Street, when we did the work on 200 lots, every one of them went to the middle of the road. The prescriptive right does not allow you to come out in that road and do whatever you want. So read up on prescriptive rights, and you should be able to understand what you can and can't do. If somebody goes against that, I don't care what the ordinance says. If somebody does that, you're right. The attorney has to get involved, but prescriptive rights does not allow you to do that.
Okay. I just want to make us safe to where we're not being held liable for all the other stuff we are.
My professional opinion is that there is nothing written in this text amendment section that would create unsafe situation.
Okay.
In that
And
regard.
does this allow for somebody to put a fence, the 3 foot or 4 foot, on the front side?
You already can do that. You can fence the front of your yard on the property line and go 3 feet high where
Solid fence.
Solid fence, thank you.
And then if
or
you wanna go
4
more.
feet where it's 75% clear. You can already do that. That's
I thought we had it to where it was 60 inches or 5 feet.
no.
Not in the front.
I gave you the entire wall.
So
fence.
what about all these people that have, I'm talking agricultural people, that have fences that are higher than 4 feet?
I
And
would
they've
say
still,
grandfathered in.
Well,
okay,
those are
good.
so.
As
aren't
long as I'm
necessarily
grandfathered in,
yards.
I'm okay.
They're not necessarily yards either. You're talking about,
I don't know.
agricultural property, which is a different thing than a yard in a subdivision.
Some people call it a yard.
You're right. I call it a barnyard in some areas. I will agree to
That's
that.
exactly right. Exactly right. I'm just,
So where are we at?
We are.
Discussion still?
I think
Ready to
we're in
open the
discussion.
public
We can
hearing.
open a public hearing when you're ready for that.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, and a second, to adjourn the public meeting and convene a public hearing regarding CO 24-17. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
It's getting close to Matt's bedtime.
Okay, seeing no public comment, we'll look for a motion to close the public hearing and reconvene the public meeting.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Anderson, a second by Commissioner Wilson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. We are now back in the public meeting, and we'll look for a motion regarding ordinance CO 24-17.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we move to approve an amendment to the Morgan County Code to add one new definition to section 155.008 and a subsection to section 155.345, fence, wall, and screen regulations, thereby adopting the applicant's suggested language as reviewed by staff based on the text listed in Exhibit A of the staff report dated August 6, 2024.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. We've made it through our public hearings. On to item number 8, Commissioner Anderson.
So I believe you guys got an email, I want to say it was 2 weeks ago. This is concerning 2 design items from Wasatch Civil, our county engineering firm. One item is the Fairgrounds Trail. We've had many, many discussions on this, but just wanted to get it out to design as quick as we can to get it built as soon as we can. So the one proposal that you received is for the trail. And let's see, the trail with the design cost would be $12,000 with the construction management being $5,000. And I think that's approximately, we might have to, anyways, approximately $5,000. And I think, you put these together, can we do them separate, if they're 2 separate costs?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess we can look at that one first. I know we've talked about this quite often. We have funds ready for it. just wanted to get it moved forward.
Yeah, so we've got grant funds for this. I don't recall the total amount.
$47,000.
47,000?
That's all.
So why are they estimating this at
That's
133?
what my question is going to be for you guys, or discussion, and that is can we put this out for bid instead of using Wasatch Civil for this one?
Just
So
for
what
the
would-
design?
For the design
What we
and
tip-
construction management.
So what we typically do is when it's a county project, that's why we hire a county engineer. Let me finish real
I'll
quick.
let you finish.
So we
and
go
I will
through
talk.
we go through a bid process to get the county engineer on board.
Right.
And there might be 5 or 6 firms that apply. We go through the process of fees and who we would choose, and then we choose that county engineer to do work exactly like this.
Correct.
So if we're to go, I typically don't see it going out because we've already gone through the RFP process. I think if the concern is we're concerned about the work that they're doing for us, I definitely think we could go back out again if their contract's up for a new county engineer, but this is exactly why we already went through the process.
Okay, so my complaint on this is I'm concerned about, they say the total is gonna be 12,000. 2 weeks from now, after they're finished with the first time and we start having questions about it, it's gonna be another $12,000. I'm tired of them doing that to us. We originally had the dome project at $21,000. Now it's cost us over $40,000 for that design and revision of the designs, and to get it to where we needed it to be. I don't trust them.
Okay, well, I'm not. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
So I guess I haven't been involved in the dome project. Here's what I know, and I might be wrong. We had one location and one design initially, correct? One
We had one
location,
location.
one design. So then in any project you do in engineering, when you have one location and say, you can get a pretty good fee on that. When you change a location, not only when you change the location, but you change a method of how you're gonna excavate and build, that equals added dollars when you change design. So I don't know what
But
the
we
case
didn't.
and what they're doing.
So that's why I'm saying, if this design, and they say it's $12,000
Yeah.
to do this design, and then they come back and they say, I'm sorry, or we come back and we say, we don't like what you did, which is possible. We don't like where you put it. We don't like what you did with it, and we've got to move it because of a future project that we're going to do. Now it's going to start costing us more and more and more. I'm suggesting that once we get if we get a county engineer that is ours and ours only, let's let them design it. This does not have to be done doesn't have to be done this year. Yes, I would like it done this year. But I'm just worried about the fact that it's going to cost us more in the design process than it is for the construction of the trail. So,
Construction's 133,000.
yeah, that's what they're saying.
Design's
And
8 to
in the
10%.
beginning, when we did the bid for this trail, the bid was $80,000. Now they're telling us it's going to be 133. I still think we need
That's
to.
not too bad compared to the dome project.
Oh, I know it. That's why I'm upset.
And it had nothing
That's-
to do with Washington.
I know that, but
Oh.
I'm just saying, is there another alternative?
So here, let me add one more comment, and then I do agree on one part that you were saying, Commissioner Fackrell. The first comment I have is anytime you, as an owner, you change design, and this is my area for 25 years.
I understand
If the
that.
owner changes design, then it costs to redesign it.
Right.
And that's very simple, and I don't care what firm you use. But the second point that you make that I would agree with is if their contract is up, then we redo that same process we did 3 or 5 or how many years ago, and we go through and see if we can hire. If you want to, I think there's an evaluation that you do when you typically do that, where you say, did we spend more money than if we would just have a guy hired and have him in-house? So the point of, do we need an in-house engineer or not, I think is valid. And we can definitely look at that and see if that's warranted. But the point of an engineering firm doing work, and when you change the design, it costs more, I can guarantee 100% of the time it will.
Okay, I'm just saying, okay, never mind.
Well, I think that brings up, I guess, a good point, and that is if there are concerns about location of this particular project, we need to bring those concerns up now and hand those to the design engineer before it's designed so that it doesn't have to be moved later. I think that's one thing we ought to consider. Is there any reason? This to me seems like a very, very simple project. I mean, we're talking about a fairly short stretch. You're laying asphalt on a fairly short stretch of property. Maybe there's a lot more to it than I understand because I'm not a professional
Just
engineer.
the pile of material out there they gotta get rid of.
Yeah, we've got some material that needs to be moved. I think most of the compaction's already been done. I don't think that that's, it's super complex. Is there any benefit in us sending this out to bid as a design bid project? And is that a normal thing on a trail type thing? I mean, I know we've done that in the past on like a building. Is that, and would there be any cost savings? And I'm not saying that we should or shouldn't. I just am throwing that out there.
I would like to see it happen that way.
I don't know if there's any
Do you know what that
savings in
means?
that way.
Yeah,
What does
they
it mean?
they design it and they build it.
So the contractor's doing the design also is what it means. So they will add.
No, they're hiring.
And they will.
They will
An
add.
architect under their contract.
It's probably gonna cost the same.
They
I
might
just didn't know.
add a
if it was-
fee.
But we don't have to accept the RFPs. Once they come back in, we don't have to accept them. We can go back to our original and use our county engineer.
So I actually have no clue what you just said. So we're,
In other words,
We go
you're
out and
He's
just-
saying we could bid it, and if the bids come back higher than we want,
we can go back to this other way.
On the other hand, are we gonna waste a lot of time and use a lot of
We've got
resources?
2 years.
If you do that, then in the RFP, you could divide it out because sometimes every
You're saying
person who
do
bids
one
does
as a
it
design
differently.
bid
if
and
it-
one as a.
Or just do it as a portion to say, divide these two out, because it's like, well, we want the lowest on this one to do this, and we want the lowest on this one. Well, overall, if you're doing it as an overall, every contractor is gonna build their profits in different areas.
Right.
And so, I would just say that, because then you don't have to rebid it later, you can just
Because, I mean, we
take
spent,
the lowest bid if they're two separate.
we already spent $4,900 for them to build the 110 feet that we got over at the fairgrounds. That was not designed by any of us or even our engineer. It was just put in. So now what's the difference between that and having them design it first, then send out an RFP to have somebody build it?
Because the city paid for the design. It was
Okay.
still designed, it's just, we
They
just
only did
tagged
it
on to
up
the end of their
to,
project.
they only did it up to the end of their city,
And we've,
did the other 110 feet.
right, but they,
We used the same contractor.
correct.
we followed their specifications.
That's right. That's right. So why not follow the same thing the rest of the way through? It's gonna connect to the same
What did it
trail.
cost a square foot?
$50 or right around $48 a square foot, or a linear foot.
That's the linear foot.
And that's a 10-foot wide trail.
It's pretty cheap for asphalt, it seems like.
Yeah, it is. It's very cheap. So if the city can do it, why can't we do it? If they seem to be able to do it for that kind of price, why can't we?
Well, we don't know because we haven't got bids for this.
Well,
This
that's
is
what
just-
I'm saying is
and I'm
this
sure
is
the
a
city
design,
spent
and just
well over this
because,
for design initially. on
so if this is the county engineer, go ahead.
You know who they used?
Well, the contractor was Johnny Wilkinson, but the design, I don't know who it was.
well, their city engineers,
It's
Jones and
probably their
Associates.
city engineer,
Jones and Associates.
Jones and Associates.
Did they do all the surveying? Jones and Associates did all this surveying for
I
them.
don't know, I'm assuming,
And did they
Shot the
prepare bid
elevations.
documents?
I'm sure they did.
Well, and that is a good point. I mean, just laying the asphalt maybe isn't the best course if we do need to do surveying. I guess we own property on both sides of the road, so maybe the survey isn't quite as.
We own the whole road.
But,
I understand what Blaine's saying, in regards to contractors love change orders. They do. They've already got the job, and so they do. I mean, they usually charge plenty on change orders. I'm not saying that's what's happening. I just know that that happens a lot, and so we should watch the county dollars for sure. I think it's worth if Johnny already knows everything and he's been doing it. I don't know why we wouldn't
We'd still have to go
just
for a
ask him.
bid. Yeah. But I mean, but all I'm saying is I don't want to necessarily use Wasatch Civil at this moment.
But it's not, to me, yeah, if we want to put it out to bid for others to bid on it, then I think we ought to change our process of having a county engineer. 'Cause
Right.
It doesn't make
I
sense
agree.
that we already went through the RFP process with them, and now we're going
I
to do
agree.
it again. So I don't have a personal issue with any RFP or engineering firm. I think they can all do the job. So I'm not sure what's going on there. The other thought I
will.
would put out there is when we are talking about contractors that are doing work, we have to put out a bid every time for them to do the work. We cannot give work to contractors. And I will add, without being too, and then I'll get off my soapbox, we've got to do our best to put the bid out to all the contractors to see.
I agree.
I don't know how we're bidding currently fully. I know we've talked to Brett a little bit about it, but I want to get it on the state SideQuest site. I mean, it's a site where all contractors get on. It's free for us to post it there, and we have not been using it.
I know, and I agree with you.
So to me, it doesn't make any sense to bring in a different engineer to do an RFP just for the engineering. Because I agree with you. We've already done an RFP to select a county engineer. They've done this proposal for the engineering. The only thing that to me makes sense is if we think that there could be cost savings to do like a design build type of a project, then we could put it out to bid as such. But otherwise, I don't think it makes any sense to try to get a different engineer to bid up just doing the engineering itself.
And I'll say that the estimated cost for this doesn't strike me as unusually high for a survey, base map, grading and design plans, and bidding and contract documents.
I think it's high, way high. But then again.
Based on what?
Based on what? It's based upon what, less than 6 months ago, we got this grant. The grant we had estimated based upon another person, and I don't know who it was, you'd have to ask Lydia, as to where that came from, that number came from, that it was gonna be 80,000, actually it was $78,500. And we got
To build
awarded
the-
to build that trail.
To build the trail.
And so now we get this bid here at $133,000, or a potential.
It's a construction cost estimate.
Construction.
It still might come
Yeah,
in at 87.
so then we've got 133 plus the 12,000 plus the 500, that's over $150,000.
But the question is, in order to design it, the $12,000 that they're proposing for the 4 bullet items that they're doing, is, you think that's outside of market?
I do.
Absolutely not.
Okay, that's only because you're a high-paid engineer. I'm sorry, I'm really getting on it.
Well, and I would tend to agree based on other things that I've seen in terms of just survey costs are typically $4,000 to $6,000, $4,000 to $6,000 to get the survey out there, to have them do the field work, to have them create the drawing. You can occasionally get it done for less, but
Well, I think we also ought to recognize, though, the longer you delay any construction project, you're probably gonna,
Yeah, I know.
in an effort to avoid cost, you're probably gonna just find that the project itself ends up costing more
Okay.
down the road. I mean, look at.
we tend to be in an inflationary environment.
Yeah, we are right
Seems to
now.
be inflating awful fast, so.
My request then, and it can be an motion if you'd like, is that we hold off for 2 weeks. We postpone this for 2 weeks. or we go out for bid, for somebody to bid it, or talk to the city and find out who they've used and determine what it is, who they used for it to see if this is a good amount or not, because they've built the trails around here. We haven't. Or even, your developers, Robert. We could go and ask them. You know them. I'm just at this point a little peeved at Los Angeles. Okay?
Yeah, I'm not. I think they're a
I know
phenomenal
you're
firm.
not.
I think they do a great job, and I work for Sunrise Engineering. I can tell you these costs are very reasonable. If you want to do your research, that's why we send this packet ahead of time. You got this email on the bid 2 weeks ago. So yeah, whatever research you want
No,
to
I
do,
did not.
I'll re-forward it to you, and
Okay.
it'll be about
Well, I
2
don't
weeks
need it.
ago.
It's right here.
But yeah, whatever research you want to do, I think you can do that on your own time anytime you want.
Okay.
If you want.
Whatever you guys want to do, you do.
So, from my perspective, I guess I'm interested in what you all feel about the timing of the project. If it's not something that you want to get done and completed this fall, then sure, we can wait. I think you don't never know what the economy's going to do. Maybe it's less, but it's likely to be more to complete the project. If it's something that you want to get completed sooner rather than later, including the possibility of this fall, because didn't we have a shortage of fields for this year? Wouldn't we want to try to get the trail and fields in?
We had a shortage of fields, and we're currently paying the school district to use theirs.
At what cost?
Now, I think we ought to treat these separately, for sure. I see these as very, very different types of projects. But they are grouped together here, and they do connect. And I think if you're gonna build fields, having a good walkable access to those fields is probably a important thing.
But this trail doesn't go to the field.
Well, it goes to the pickleball courts.
Right.
Which is
On the
next
other
to the
side of the road.
fields, very close to the fields. I mean, I guess it'll be across the road from the pickleball courts.
Okay, but
Do you want to talk about the second one, about the fields as part of this?
Yeah, just to be clear, the reason I reached out to them and tried to push this is because we were discussing this and said, let's push this.
Yeah,
So I thought
agree.
that's why.
We all agreed we want to
reached
try to
out.
get this done as quickly as possible.
And I just re-forwarded you that, Commissioner Fackrell. I sent it to all of us on,
7/16.
thank you, July 16th.
So that's been almost 3 weeks. Okay, let's talk about the field proposal. This is a fairly large project. I don't feel like this is, the cost estimate's just over $1 million. That's what it says.
Yeah, $1 million.
Which seems really high for
Way high.
constructing fields.
I'm sure we could probably get a lot of volunteers to go do it for a whole lot less.
But
than
I
$1 million.
suppose if you're doing irrigation and all that as part of it, that probably would.
Well, you're going to have to grade it so that it drains and.
It drains now. It's agricultural. It does that now. It's been leveled, planed, and everything else. What do we need to do to it? So that's the next
in the
question is
wording.
there's a lot of things that this field is already being used for.
Right
with,
here.
with grasses and certain kinds of grasses. Sure, it's got some divots. We've got to go through it and level it.
Well,
a land
and you
plane.
put irrigation system in it, you're going to have to come back through and grade it.
Do we need an irrigation system? Because it's subbing.
So, my experience with a baseball field in this county is that, yeah, you absolutely need an irrigation system.
so-
And it'd be good if they could turn it on in the spring instead of midway through the summer.
Sorry, I turned that off when I laughed.
But do we have, the only problem is we also do not have a water right to that water unless we use city water. That's expensive water for that field. So we've got to come up with another source of water.
I thought we had rights on that ditch, that upper ditch.
The upper ditch, secondary water, because our ditches, the ditch here that comes through here for our secondary water is South Morgan Ditch Company. okay? Their head gate is this side of where that is. And we have to do that, we have to go get a diversion, a point of a diversion at a different point upriver, so that way we can do this.
There's already a ditch that runs along the railroad track side of that that's been used to irrigate that in the past. I don't know how we've irrigated it, but clearly there's some type of water right because it's been irrigated in the past. It's green, so it's being irrigated.
I would think we ought to ask Brett how it's being done.
Now, we can check into
because-
that, but I wouldn't say we don't have a water right there before we have confirmation of that.
That's why I'm saying we need to find out,
But you said
because,
we didn't have a water right.
well, we don't. We've got 26 shares here at this place, because I used to be the secretary of the South Morgan Ditch Company.
Okay, but
And we have
these
26
are
shares.
two different ditch companies.
That was our water rights. That's what I'm saying. We need to find out before we go and do that.
Okay, but you said we don't have a water right, and
I
I'm
said I don't.
saying you haven't confirmed that
No, I don't have it.
for that particular piece of
Right.
property.
But I'm
Yes, the
just
water
saying-
right that's for this building is separate from.
So what are we doing, I mean, where's our water right coming from, or what are we doing to irrigate the fairgrounds right now? Is
That
it
we've got to find out. I don't know.
culinary water? So, I mean, there's a lot to figure out before we go and do out an RFP, because this was my mistake on the next item that's on the agenda, is we didn't figure out all the problems or the things that are coming up now, and $200,000 later, from what we originally bid it for, or not bid it for, but designed it for, 200,000 2 years later, we're still, I mean, inflation has killed us, but even there.
Well, and
I'm
that
just
that
saying-
design, to Commissioner
All I'm
Anderson's
saying-
point, that design has changed multiple times.
No, it hasn't.
It
And
has.
I'll explain it when it gets to my point.
Okay, we'll get
okay?
to that. All right. So back on this. What do we want to do?
So the grant was only for the trail?
Yep.
Yeah, anything else we've got to pay for. We have funds, there's plenty in the general fund to cover some of these things. If that's where we want to go.
And that's,
Well, and I think to make the decision as to where you want to go, you need to get the thing designed and bid.
So
Because maybe
yeah,
it comes in at 600,000 instead of $1
Well,
million.
And to Commissioner Fackrell's comments, I think to address some of those concerns, you have to design it initially. I mean, you gotta get it designed to know what concerns you have and what you're running into. I know we wanna move forward with those fields, I
Okay.
know we wanna move forward with the trail.
then I'm gonna ask this. I would like us to ask Mark Miller to do that project for us. I know that's later on in the agenda, but that's why I want to postpone this, because it's later in the agenda that we were going to talk about this. And I would like us to use Mark Miller as our engineer, our county engineer, and let Wasatch Civil continue with their planning and zoning department, at least for a period of time. And Kate will explain all that to us later.
Can I make a comment to that?
Sure, go ahead. I don't care. It's open forum.
I've known Mark my entire career and admire him, very well respected. I don't think it's no offense to Mark, I don't think that he has the availability or ability in CAD to design. So if we're gonna ask him to design this, he's gonna call people to design it for him.
Okay.
Because he is not up to date on CAD software. I
Okay.
used to be too, but I'm not anymore.
Okay.
So if you're talking about Mark directly, I'm not sure to be too far from this, but
Why
yeah,
don't we
I
ask
don't know
him?
exactly what.
What all I'm saying is let's ask.
He did state that to me when I talked to him, that he would have to outsource anything that has to do with the drawings and the CAD, and
But I trust him a lot better than,
I was just,
yeah.
Than the
said,
company
you
he
ask
works
him,
for?
I already
No,
have.
he doesn't
so-
work for him, or may not be.
I thought Mark Miller was retiring.
He's planning on it.
There's a lot more that Kate's gonna go over, I hope.
Okay.
Anyway.
We do have the engineer estimate though on that project, and it's significantly less than the million, so I don't fully follow that.
I'm
but-
not following where the full million's coming from either. I'm seeing the numbers a lot less, and even with Commissioner Wilson and I a little bit off the side there, but some of the costs look like they could be conservative. And so it would be interesting, to Commissioner McConnell's point, to get a bid out there to really see what the costs are.
Agreed. No, the other way.
Liberal, the amount.
Oh.
Not the
All right, so where have we landed on this? I'm not totally following where everybody wants to be. I don't mind postponing 2 weeks. I don't want this to keep dragging on. I want us to get these projects done.
I think we should move forward on our grant one for sure.
On the trail.
On the design.
And get it going.
And the one that's expensive, I think we should take a little time and try and get some costs, because the irrigation does seem off the charts to me.
Well, maybe it's not necessary to do an irrigation system of that type. I mean, maybe flood irrigation will still work on it. Or maybe there's
Well,
another
even
type.
sprinklers can't cost $500,000 for them, that big an area.
It doesn't?
Correct. Okay.
Unless they are planning on bringing the water from somewhere and there's an offsite cost associated with it.
Okay, so do we?
Well, I guess what I would like to do with that in mind, and I agree with that, is make a motion on what I'll call the Morgan County Fairgrounds Trails design proposal. So I'll make a motion that we approve contract with Wasatch Civil for designing the Morgan County Fairgrounds Trail, which includes engineering, design, and construction management, for the amount of $17,000.
And do you know how long that'll take or not? They didn't say.
5 months.
I just, not that I guess it matters. I'd like to see it get done quickly so we could get it out to bid.
This fall.
I think they're planning on getting it done this fall.
I'll second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Yes. I'm
That a
opposed.
nay?
It's a nay.
Okay. Motion passes.
Can I make a motion that we postpone the other one?
Which one? The multi-use field?
Yeah.
Yep.
Second, okay.
So we have a motion and a second to
Commissioner Anderson,
postpone
second.
the multi-use fields. Motion made by Commissioner Wilson. Commissioner Anderson seconded it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. Okay, RFP for completion of the East Canyon Dome project.
Bids came in, and you can see those bids.
So how do we decide the foam versus no foam? Like, what's the?
It's up to you.
But I don't know the benefit or the drawback to this.
Let me go back to these many changes that Jared says that we've done. We have not. The dome is still in the same area, moved out, so that way we did not have to move as much dirt.
That's a different design.
No, that's not a
text.
different design. It was
Okay.
all based upon everything that he did. There's other problems that have happened with this, and Jared, I don't care what you continue to say, to have it cost another $20-some-odd thousand for us to go through and say, let's move it out here versus 20 feet back in, that is not a difference.
Okay.
So, anyway, as far as my recommendation, you can do either one of those, and I'm fine with either one. I am not gonna,
When you say either one, what do you mean?
well, either option A or option B.
So here's my comments on option A and B, Commissioner Fackrell, is that I think they both work, I guess I would say equally. The foam has been proven to work just as well as compacting the material in place of. So that's why we did different options, is we wanted to see if one of them would be cheaper than the other with the same design and specs and standards. So I guess the thought for me anyways is if there's one that's less price, which it looks like there is, and it says no foam, if that means without the foam, but then it's gonna cost us less to do it, then I would, of course, want to choose the cheaper option. So,
Okay. So which one of those two, there's only two low bids, but one of them I'm gonna have to disqualify because they cannot complete it by September 30th. We have to have the project completed by September 30th. No ifs, ands, or buts.
Did they know that in the bid?
Yes, they did.
Well, why did they say
I don't know.
24th then? Oh, okay.
So that's the Calvin Wadsworth one?
Yeah, the Wadsworth one is October 24th is when he said he could have it.
So,
It appears that the no foam option is the cheaper option.
Right.
so we're gonna lose $43,000 because of 24 days? Is there any
Yes, because we
availability?
may lose 100,000.
All of it?
All of
Right.
it.
Is there, so I think we've done an extension on this already? Is there a way to extend
We have
this?
done the
There's an
extension.
extension to September 30. There's no reason we could not ask for a further extension.
Because if an ask will save us 40 grand and we can use it over there on the expensive fields,
I'm
it's a
gonna
good
say
idea.
no. We have to have this done before September 30th. Because I've talked to James Dixon at the state, and they're giving us a whole lot of leniency right now to keep it going till September 30th. In our economic development grant, Part A, that we have, where some of the funds are gonna come from the fiscal year 23-24. From that fund, we will be using some of that money for this, and they are aware of it there also, that we have until September 30th. I do not,
So,
can we make a call?
call to who? Yeah, but we can't wait. We've gotta get this started.
No, but can we make a call to save $40,000 this month?
No,
Okay.
we can, but I don't want to.
Well, then that's a
If it's 40 grand and it's one call, I'll make a call any day to.
I just don't want that.
Or is there other items that is keeping us from,
Who did our Croydon Bridge?
what's that?
Who did our Croydon Bridge? Wadsworth. There's no way I want to go through that again.
Well, this
this is
is
not the same
company.
contractor? It's a different contractor. Hopefully I'm not affiliated with Anderson names, but
Yeah,
no,
this
it's a
is-
different.
This is not
it's
the same
It's
contractor.
not the same bridge.
It's not Wadsworth Brothers, which is a
The other
totally
reason I'd
different-
like to use the second one is because he's a Morganite. And I know you don't like to necessarily, but I think it helps out our own people.
Has nothing with helping out our own people, and I would love to more than anything help out. our own
I'll take $40,000 out of my own place and pay for the extra 40 to use the second bid.
Not okay. The concern I have
I'm
is.
serious.
I know you are. The concern I have is when we put this out to bid and we don't have a justified reason per our bid documents to not choose the low bid.
Okay.
We are putting ourselves at risk.
Okay, no, we aren't. According to Mark Miller, that I just talked to in jury today, is that we don't have to go with the low bid if we don't want to.
What reason do we have?
September
Well, if they're
30th.
outside of the time frame.
Yeah, outside the time frame. And we have a meeting in the Dome on October 24th that you're not aware of. And
Okay,
that is
so-
by the State Office of
So-
Economic Development.
Under our code, it doesn't say that we have to take the low bid, but it has to be in the best interest of the county. If a phone call saves the 40,000, there's not an issue with the low bid contractor, then perhaps you can approve both and make a phone call within a week or whenever. Just put that into your motion that if it can be extended, then you go with Wadsworth. If it can't be extended, you go with Skinny Tea. And that's something to consider.
Yeah, we could make a motion to such.
I just
Looking-
had Kate, so I could be clear on this, because it seemed outrageous to me that Wasatch would be that much, but, so the original amount was 11.4.
For what?
That was the concept plan.
That was the That was their
That was your
original.
dome village.
The whole thing was $21,000.
He's getting to it.
Then we had them move it.
Then
They
the dome-
charged $46.40 for that. Then I don't know who asked them to redesign it with foam. That was another $5,700.
That's because they did not do it the first time, because I asked them to do it with foam.
Okay.
And yes,
You can only design it one way, and then you have to do it the other way, Blaine. You can't do just.
no, you can do it both, just like Wasatch Civil did.
But you have to charge for both.
I know, but we had the original one that they were going to do that.
I know, that's the 11.4, and then we asked them to move it. And then we asked them to do it with foam, and then they had to update the RFP, and that was $2,300. So it was $24,500.
Yeah,
not
but
$40,000.
since then, we have spent, and I'm looking at Cassell that we have spent. Can you collaborate this with me, Kate, as to how much we have spent?
I'm in Cassell under the grant. That's what he's looking at.
That's what I'm looking at. We paid them a lot.
$24,500.
No.
The last one
we
was
paid them.
$501,
Huh?
because the last bill was $501.
Okay, and has it been changed from the planning department over into our department?
I'm only going under the grant.
That's right, because we have been getting charged every single time we have talked to them, and we've been charged $4,000 just 2 weeks ago. If you had looked at it in the planning department, there was one that says East Canyon Dome, $4,000. Another one that says another East Canyon Dome, and it kept going, and it keeps adding up, and it's close to $40,000. Everything that I've looked at in the finances, and it just keeps charging and charging and charging to this thing.
We can recoup that if we go with the low bidder.
Do whatever you want.
I
don't
guess,
care.
I
You
guess
tell
the
me
thought
what
I
you
have
want
is
done.
I'm actually excited about this.
I'm not.
We had finally come to a point where we've got it out to bid. We finally got a spot where we're not charging a lot of money for
It's not
cut and fill.
$600,000.
And it's not $600,000. I'm excited.
This is $450,000 later.
I'm excited. Let's get it done.
I'm going to bring up another issue. How are we lighting and heating and cooling this thing?
Radiant heat.
I thought they
But the
were-
bid just puts in piping, it doesn't put in
I thought they were in
the
charge of all
boiler or
the
anything.
They're in charge of the whole thing, putting it in.
So state parks will do that?
No, the company that's putting it in.
But who's paying the bill, he's saying?
This is it says radiant heat piping and installation. You're not going to install a complete radiant heating system for $8,600, I can tell you that.
It says in the RFP, radiant flooring to be connected to future heat source.
So there's not a heat source that's going to go in with this. So we will not have heat in it. You're not having your meeting on October 24th.
Well, then
No
we're
heat
gonna
in
have to
there
drop that
for
from the bid.
What's that?
We'll have to drop it.
Drop what?
And we're gonna have to go out to bid for that again, which means we gotta rebid the whole process, which means
No, wait
we're
a minute.
screwed.
Who told them not to put that in the bid in the first place? Because at some
Bid
point.
is that we were to go and have it put in. Radiant heating, cooling was to be put into radiant if we want it. If not, we can go and change it to whatever other system you want.
No. I think that's fine. What I'm saying is
I just wish
the
we'd done it
RFP says to install the piping to be connected later.
Who said that?
That's what you just read, right?
Yeah, I read it in the RFP.
It doesn't, it says radiant heating, piping and installation.
To be connected to a future heat source.
Where is it saying that at?
On your RFP scope of work, request for proposal.
Well, then that's another problem that they didn't do, because they had to have heating and cooling in this whole proposal. They had to have it in there as some source, which means now let's go out for bid again. I don't care right now. I'm gonna just request to have one and sell the darn dome. Okay? And I don't really care what you guys do.
Are there other pieces of the RFP that were missed? I don't see anything about lighting in the bid. There's conduit for the lighting, but I don't see anything about.
Right, because we don't know how it's gonna go.
It says 4-inch electrical conduit for a future connection, 85 feet of sewer drain for a future connection, 85 feet of water conduit for a future connection. So is there any lighting that will go into this at this point?
Yes, there will be, but we're gonna have to do it on a second grant.
So the plan was to use another grant to
We're gonna have
complete
to,
the project,
because
is what
we
you're
don't
saying?
we don't have any chairs, we don't have any tables, we don't have anything. We don't have that into this bid, so we're gonna have to get another grant for this, and we've got a short time to get it. If we have to wait till October, we wait a whole year to be able to use this thing. We get it done in September, we can still get the grant in.
Well,
September 30th.
Well, that's what I don't understand. It doesn't specify if, because all it says is radiant heating piping and installation. It doesn't say the actual heating system, and maybe that is included.
How many
maybe it's
square
not.
feet is the floor?
It's 18 meters,
I don't know what 18
I don't know how
meters
to do
60
it.
feet.
60 by 60, but it's round.
Circular, yeah.
I don't know how to figure that.
And is the,
I
is
don't
the
know
sewer
pies.
for, is the sewer for a bathroom, a future bathroom?
No, there's no bathrooms in this.
Okay.
Because like a hangar, like Buster's hangar was just about 100.
Well, it
So I
says-
can see that this would be only 30,000 for the whole system, you know?
It says square feet of thickened edge reinforced concrete pad. I'm assuming that's the floor.
Yeah.
4,270 square feet.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know how that
Works out.
I mean, I know that the piping, just the piping for radiant heating is really not very expensive.
It's not.
But the system to pump the heat in can be pretty pricey. A boiler system is not cheap. So that's why when I was looking at this, I was trying to understand.
Well, maybe the others did bid it with that, and if that's the case, then let's use Wadsworth and let them.
Okay,
I just
so-
don't want to
Now,
have any.
that's a legitimate reason to.
Then go ahead. I mean, it's.
Well, we need to at least ask that question.
You
I
do need to
think,
ask the question.
to understand if that included.
So you're
I don't
looking
think
at
there's
about
any way
$9
that-
a square foot. So what was it? 9 times 40?
4,270.
Which one?
Well, that's like 38,000. That's a whole.
That's the whole
That's
system.
the boiler and everything. Yeah.
And I think they bid just the plumbing, which, to be honest, that's what the RFP asked for, was just the piping. It didn't ask for the full system.
But if we can check with Calvin Wadsworth to see if it was the full system, that'd be phenomenal.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Okay, so we got to have a path forward here.
I think we ought to make one call to see.
Make the call to see if we can delay it 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And to confirm whether this
the boiler
included the
system.
boiler system or not. Of course, the boiler's not going to do us any good without power in there, but that's another story.
So Garrett, can we make,
But aren't they
can we
running
make the
I
approval
swore I
on the
asked him
Wadsworth
that
construction
question.
bid with
Who
those
is
two items
running
in
all the
mind?
utilities.
I think that you can make a conditional approval,
And they
and
said we
if
are.
the answers to those questions aren't what you want, then you could approve the other.
Okay.
Because then at least you're not delaying it to the next meeting.
Right, which we
Yeah.
don't want to delay.
We don't want to delay.
No, I don't want to delay it. I want to get it started tomorrow.
Who's making that call? You? Okay.
I have two calls to make. Calvin's and the Elliott office.
So how do you want that to read? The motion. Chair.
I thought we were looking at Commissioner McClellan.
I'm leaning back here.
This is an engineer's.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we approve the East Canyon Dome project, option B, no foam, utilizing the Calvin, and accepting the Calvin L. Wadsworth construction bid, conditioned upon their ability to complete the project by September 30th, 2024, or the state's grant of an extension to complete by October 31, 2024. I don't know what you're going to do with your meeting.
No, we won't
And
have
in the
that.
alternative,
Have it here.
I don't know what the alternative is because Skinny T construction doesn't include. Yeah, and confirmation that the radiant heating, piping, and installation includes the boilers. And then do you want an alternative for skinny tea? Is that the
Yeah,
other
but-
thing?
Those conditions cannot be met,
Yeah.
but can be met by skinny tea.
Okay, and if those conditions can't be met, then we would go to skinny tea construction. But what do we say with that's pretty clear they're not included, radiant heating. And they'd be subject to the same conditions. Both contractors would be subject to the same conditions.
Okay, we have,
Luck with that.
we have a
I
motion, do we have a
apologize.
second? She's gonna have to re-listen to
Second.
that a few times. Okay, we have a
You'll
motion.
write it all down later.
We have a motion by Commissioner McConnell and a second by Commissioner Wilson. All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. All right. Item number 10, Kate.
It's my turn. Okay. Because early bird deadlines are coming up, I need you all to pull out your schedules, because a lot of this has to do with scheduling. So the UAC annual conference in Provo is September 11 and 12.
That's in Provo?
It is
Yes.
in Provo.
Oh, fun.
So,
You have conferences?
UAC, yep, Utah Association of Counties.
It's not St. George, though.
It is not, and neither is USAC. So USAC, which I left off some letters, their fall conference is in Bryce Canyon, November 14, 15.
You what?
I like that one.
Yeah, that one's good.
I like USAC, yeah.
Why did you say that on the Provo one?
It's Provo.
You can fix it.
We are not required to go to the USIP Board of
Bunch of liberals.
Directors. We do not hold a seat on Board of Directors. However, if you are interested in going to USIP Board of Directors, that meeting is November 22nd at Jordan Commons.
Done the last few
I've
years.
got that on my schedule
But
already.
it's up to you guys.
You
And
wanna
it's a
do that
free
one?
movie too, if you want to do that.
You're going to use it?
USIP.
Okay, perfect.
Senator Lee was supposed to be here today, but that was kind of last minute. He was unable to attend today and is asking for a date to meet with the commission next week or the week of the 26th, neither of which you have a scheduled commission meeting. Do you want to meet with Senator Lee on a day?
Was it him or a representative from his office? I thought it was just a
I
representative.
had thought it was
Oh.
him specifically. Let me check the email. Because Justin said what?
What dates were those?
Would come to see us.
What date did you ask for?
Yeah, did he say the day of the week?
He did not.
I'd like to have his here for a few minutes.
Next week's better for me than, did you say next week, right?
Yes, but I'm still, okay,
I
it is a
can't do it on the
member
12th.
of, Senator Lee's legislative team, Sam Crofts. Blah, 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 said he'd be in town August 6th. Sam covers Senator's energy and natural resources portfolio. Any chance you are a member of the commission in a few minutes? Then he stated that unfortunately he had a scheduling conflict and could not come to Morgan today. However, if the schedule allows, would love to come meet with you all next week or the week of August 26th. So I don't know
Late recess?
if that's Justin.
No, it's just a representative. from
What's
his
this one?
It's just a representative from his office. Okay, so do you want the in-person Zoom, or I'm sorry, Teams, sorry Jeremy, Teams meeting? So it would be Justin, so his state director.
So we won't be talking to Mike Lee.
He's
I
available
wanna talk to
all
Mike
next
Lee.
week or the week of
If
August
it's next week,
26th.
I could do the 15th. I can't do the 12th, 13th, or 14th.
Okay. Anyone else available on the 15th? Because if I have more
What
than.
time the 15th are you talking?
If I have more than three, I have to.
I was thinking 4 or after.
We have RPO, oh wait.
I could do 4.
We have RPO at 4.
No, we don't. That's this week. 8th.
Okay, just kidding. I need to move that on my calendar.
So you're talking the 13th or the 14th?
The 15th is a Thursday. You said after 4 p.m.? Before or after?
I can do it after 4.
Okay, I will attempt to schedule that.
If it's on Teams.
And then,
Can I ask one question before you get too far down there?
you may.
You act, I don't know why I got the email, maybe it came to the rest of you too, our basket.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, we all got it.
Well,
Alright, so who's handling that?
I've had no more than 4 of you send it to me, so I'm assuming me.
I've done it in the past,
I didn't
but
send it to you.
Not.
I'll tell you who wants to do it, is Tracy Wardell with the chamber, but then again, last year, we had them do it, and it was a joke.
And it didn't get done.
Yeah, we ended up having to.
Lynette
Ended
ended
up
up
having
doing it
to-
while she was down
She did
there.
a good job, but.
Do I have a budget?
So, I don't,
I think we
We've
did
spent
500
like
bucks.
$500.
500. Okay, I will take care of the basket.
We can get stuff that's Morgan related.
Yep.
That's good.
yeah.
Wait, so,
We used to always get
Browning?
like a nice knife from Browning. And
You can get a bottle of honey.
I think
I-
you could get a gun
One of the
We
counties-
have had in the past.
just not ammunition. Okay, so did that answer your question on the basket? So I'll take care of the basket, I have my budget. And then, speaking of budget, Leslie needs to confirm budget dates. She's heard from 2 of the 5 of you of dates that do not work. So the tentative dates with the commission was September 3rd through September 15th, somewhere in there. Commissions meet with elected officials September 4th. Commissioners meet with elected officials to finalize September 23rd.
Thanks, my anniversary.
Yeah, the week of the 23rd is what we had talked about.
23rd through the 25th.
But
So,
wasn't that when Matt was out?
Matt's
gone.
out.
I'll be back that week.
Oh, you'll be back that week?
Okay.
23rd.
September 23rd through 25th. Commissioners meet with elected officials and department heads to finalize budget. Sign-up sheets will be available early September.
I'm
After what time?
I'm out that week, but
Okay.
Oh, you're
So
out the
would
week
I
of the
be.
23rd?
Yeah,
You are
so am
too.
I.
Okay.
sure another week.
I got
Yeah, you
youth
just gotta
office
tell us so
tourism
we can schedule
conference.
it accordingly.
You wanna do the week of the
When
30th?
you get married?
Is that-
I'm gone the week of the 16th.
Okay, so we are
Yeah,
looking.
30th would be better for me.
So the 30th is a Monday. So are you talking about the 30th / the first week of October?
Yep.
When do we have to have our notice to the state?
30th.
October 1st, we would have a regular.
Correct. Is there a date in any week in September that's better? 2nd through the 6th of September.
The 2nd is Labor Day.
Okay.
Should be closed then.
You have a
I guess
commission
you
meeting
could
on the
do
3rd.
We could
Third,
do it
fourth,
from the
fifth,
3rd,
but you're-
4th,
I
5th.
can do by Zoom. I can
Okay,
do-
are you not going to be here in September period?
No, I'll be, it's my, will be on,
4th through the 14th.
Okay, so, and then the 16th through the 20th that week is,
I'm gone that week.
you're gone that week, okay. So,
I could do Zoom.
Just have them submit their budgets, we'll do first.
Yeah, we'll let Kate do that.
okay, so the 3rd through the 6th is, would work? Yes, okay.
Not for me.
Robert's out
I
the
can
5th
do
and
the 3rd
6th.
and the 4th.
The 3rd and the 4th, okay, 3rd and the 4th work for Robert. But that would be Matt via Teams, correct? Okay, and then, but their number one choice, but it's a question of whether it would fit state deadline, is the week of October 30, or I'm sorry, September 30 through October 4.
And so when is the deadline to get the
I don't
information
know.
to the state?
I do not
I thought it was around the 15th of October.
Let me see if it is
Yeah, I
in
think it
email.
is.
We have to approve.
But we have to have a meeting, an official meeting.
It just says commissioners to adopt tentative budget October 15th or the 29th. So it looks like she's given us some wiggle room on that.
Well, we don't have to have the budget done, we have to have the rate if we're gonna raise it
If
or
we're gonna
not.
do an increase, we have to have that notice.
So given those two
Which
options,
I hope we're
October
not.
3 and 4, or I'm sorry, September 3 and 4, or September 30 through October 4 that week, what is your preference?
I would do the September 30th if that works with the deadlines.
Okay.
If it doesn't, let's chat about terms.
Okay.
Are you out all that week of the 23rd?
Yes, until I think Thursday.
Okay. So there were 7 errors on URS with our previous HR manager. I've now received 5 back, and it exceeds 28,000 for those 5. So we will have to do a budget adjustment. Just so you know. There's 2 more left. One will be not small. I'm assuming it will be closer to 10, and then there will be another one that I'm assuming will be less than 1,000. But until I get them back, I don't know.
Is that money we would have paid out anyway?
Correct.
It's just, we would have paid it out years ago or over time.
You would have paid it out 2 weeks, or well, monthly essentially. So.
And you did hire HR?
We did. We have hired a gentleman named Casey Basiker out of Layton. He starts Monday. We've hired 2 new sheriff's deputies today. 1 tenured, 1 new. We've hired a new deputy treasurer that will help when Caitlin goes on maternity leave at the end of the week. And her baby shower was today. That was a lot of fun. And what else? We're hiring an animal control. Those interviews are Wednesday because he got full time at the hospital. We are hiring a part-timer in Koyan's office to help with caseload. And I think that's what we have open. We just hired our part-time rec help as well. So.
Part-time rec help.
We had a gentleman, but he couldn't give us the hours that we needed, so we've hired someone else.
For what kind of
I don't, they work directly with the coaches. I don't remember the exact job description.
So where's that gonna come from?
It's already a job. We already have it. Yeah, it's just we're replacing someone that couldn't give us the hours that we needed. So. Okay, so if you want to attend UAC, USAC, any of those, and you would like me to get you registered, because early bird deadline, especially for the UAC conference, that's the one in Provo, September 11th and 12th. The early bird deadline is August 10th, and that goes for the hotel as well. USAC, like the one in Bryce. They haven't opened it yet. I just wanted to get the dates on your dates on your calendar.
USAC is the one that we used to have, right, during that time. But they switched it because of interim legislative stuff that's going on. And so that's why the USAC.
Okay, excellent. It hasn't opened yet, but I just wanted to get the dates on your calendar. Utah State Association of County Commissioners and Councilmen, I think I like it.
Do you know if our policy allows us to get a hotel an hour and 15 minutes or 20 minutes?
Where?
In Provo.
I don't know, I think it is far enough. I know there is a policy about.
It's an hour and a half.
Just had a conference, 2 people go to a conference in Provo, but I think it was just a day conference. With this being multiple days, I don't know why you could not.
Well, we just want to make sure, well, agreed.
Yeah.
100%. Just want to make sure our policy makes
Yeah,
that way too.
because it's multiple days.
Because of the distance.
Correct. Right.
Yeah. With traffic, 3 hours.
Yeah. It depends on the time of day.
Yeah.
Do you have anything else before I get into the last one? Okay, and so then, was talking to Mark Miller about the possibility of him doing work for us as a county engineer. He finished his buyout with Wasatch Civil at the end of June, which was really the end of July. So he does not have a non-compete specifically for Morgan, and he is interested in doing work with us. So, I said I'd bring it.
Employee or is it separate?
It would be a contractor. He would not be an FTE. He says he does not need benefits. If he was an FTE, he would not need benefits.
I don't think we.
No, we don't have to give them benefits.
I don't think we base a decision like this on whether somebody's retiring or not. I think for me, I would say, how much money are we currently paying our county engineering firm? Kind of what we discussed, and if it's past the point where we feel like we're gonna be better having them internally, then let's look at that. I don't know what rate he would charge. I think I'd want to put it out to RFP no matter what we do, to see who's available besides Mark. Of course, Mark has, when you put in an RFP, we want to make sure you have experience in Morgan County. He'll nail it, but at the same time, I just want to make sure we're doing everything correctly.
We could
Just
hire
why it's
Jared
a
Anderson.
discussion point, is I didn't know if that was even something you were interested in. So,
What's
So-
our current agreement say? I mean, when does that expire?
for engineering services, we don't have a non-compete.
No, with Wasatch City.
We have an agreement with
But we
Wasatch
don't
City.
have not a non-compete,
A termination, or
Early termination?
no,
30-day.
no,
Exclusivity.
where we can't go to someone else.
We don't have an exclusivity.
Exclusivity, we do not have an exclusivity clause.
I don't know, I'm not saying that
He's a
as if
great
I read the
judge.
contract to check it, but I think that's
I
the
have.
word you were looking for.
I hate exclusivity clauses, and I made sure that in all of the ones, especially with our GIS contract and all the additional stuff we've added with Wasatch Civil and with the recorder, planning, and assessor's office, that none of them had exclusivity clauses.
Is he willing to update his stuff?
I don't know.
Or I think he said he would be.
Yeah. So that's why I didn't wanna make agreements.
For sure.
Okay, so my action orders are to pull what we are paying for engineering design,
Anything outside of.
that's your
planning
nerd
commission.
language.
Yeah, like what he's
Anything
saying.
outside of planning commission, what we've paid.
Design, okay.
Well, we gotta keep in mind that even though we're paying them an amount, so for all review fees, that can be straight costs handed through. So even though we might say we paid them this much for review
Right.
fees, that's kind of a wash, but depending on how much they bill for review fees.
Okay. And then,
I would like to hire
do
an
we
employee
have,
versus a
Well,
contractor.
this, what Kate's looking into might determine that.
Yeah.
If we spend enough, it'd be cheaper for us to hire.
I would say we're spending more than $400,000 a year in addition to their regular
They're in the
stuff.
same boat with the county.
That's just from my own perspective of looking at the budget.
let's see, and then the next meeting, they have requested a, work session for the I-84 interchange with UDOT.
When's this?
The work session for next commission meeting,
Okay,
Who's requested that?
UDOT.
Oh, UDOT has? Okay, great.
that sounds good.
Is there any, we have a meeting with them, which I forwarded to Jared, hoping he can attend. We have a meeting with them specifically to talk about points that were brought up at the, public comment at the Mountain Green Middle School about our concerns of closing down the existing interchange and how that would affect our emergency services. So, we had that meeting Thursday. I forwarded that to you.
Are we taking the stance that we prefer them to leave that open?
100%.
Okay, great.
Okay. And I think Austin was as well.
Truth is, it doesn't
Specifically
cost
for
them
if they shut the
anything
canyon down, that's our
I have to leave the bridge
release
there.
valve.
Costs them
So
less to keep
at that
going.
meeting, we actually asked them to give us the law and ordinance that
Yeah.
says they can, and they haven't provided that yet.
Correct.
I think it's more recommendation.
And I think Kate, granted, it was in front of Jared, and therefore it was, said in a snarky way. I'm like, well, just give it to the county. We'll take it over. And Jared's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Like, well, I mean, in lieu of closing it down, I can put a cattle gate on it. And at least not close it. But, so yeah.
It'll cost a lot less to put a cattle gate than to
I'm a
close it
huge
the way
fan of
they
cattle
want to.
gates. but I love redneck ingenuity. So, that's all I had.
What about the crosswalk?
Oh, yes, thank you. I was trying to realize what my scribble was, and it does say crosswalk. Rob emailed me back. He said that they are 100% on board. He said if you could get us a plan and estimate, we can get an agreement put together for us to transfer UDOT's portion of the funds to Morgan County. Suggested a paved trail rather than a sidewalk. We could give a no-cost permit for the construction. So, backstory, this is the high-visibility crosswalk across Trappers Loop. The reason they say they had not put one there is because, according to their requirements, the west end of the trail is not ADA accessible. So if the county will make it ADA accessible, they will put in the high-vis crosswalk.
And that's because Sinclair has gone and covered it up. If you go down there
Sidewalk.
on the west side, because there's that connecting, you've got a trail on both sides of the Trappers Loop. But because of construction, everything has gotten washed away or basically removed and not replaced.
So he stated if the county would be willing to connect the sidewalk/trail for ADA accessibility, UDOT would be willing to participate financially.
Participate or do it all?
Participate. We would still have to do the ADA, is what I'm taking, and then they would stripe it.
They would do the high. They would do the high vis.
They would do the high vis if
ADA
we
thing's
made the
probably a lot
ADA.
less costly than the high vis.
Now, as far as where the funding can come from, it can come from our, the sales tax that we received, 2219, the funding, we could do that to get that trail ADA compliant on both sides, if you wanted.
There's that, there's COG, there's
Because it's a paved trail and it's on a state
Transportation.
highway, we can do it.
transportation impact fee.
Yeah.
So, is this something I just go, hey Brett, go make that trail ADA compliant, or is this something we have to?
I don't think it'd be that much.
I don't know what it is.
Taking the current access of the west end and making it ADA accessible. The
So,
west side of
again,
the
I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
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 So I'm just, what are my actions to make this happen? So they're requesting,
We could
Drop
go
it
down there
they're
with our
requesting a
Mini-X
plan and
and take care of
estimate.
it.
Where would I get that from?
The which one?
Well, there again, you
Need an engineer.
Yep.
That's why we need to get moving on the engineer right away. 'Cause I don't want to use them.
Well, we have a current engineer if we want to.
No,
go
we
right
don't.
away.
We have a current company.
Well, it sounds to me like, if we're not exclusive, we can use somebody if we want to use somebody, or we can use myself, whatever. So, we need to get an engineer on board and get an estimate.
So wait a minute. We might have to change that. It's on the west side.
It's on the west end.
That is 100% UDOT road.
And they,
I don't think we have the ability to use or got to RFP for an engineer if it's their road. We have to go
In
through
fact-
their process.
okay,
We could actually probably go to the state, the department, UDOT, and ask them if they have an engineer on board that would design that for us to make sure we get it right.
Whatever we do, we have to go through UDOT. It's a UDOT road.
okay. I'm just going off a 2-sentence email, 3 sentences. It says, if you could get us a plan and estimate, we would get an agreement put together for us to transfer UDOT's portion of the funds to Morgan County. I would suggest a paved trail rather than sidewalk. We could give a no-cost permit for the construction.
I guess just a simple thing would be, can we go, what do you call it?
You just sent Brett out there with a truck full of asphalt.
Exactly what
Go
I'm
through our
saying.
procurement process.
Well, that's what he did up at
Because we-
the
we don't stop
Cottonwood,
at
the road going up to your house. That
Yeah,
Road
let's
Creek
just
or
have him
whatever it's called, and
figure that out.
going up to
What?
the-
Let's have Brett go out there and look at it,
Airport?
figure out how to.
Because that's what he did on that one, is it comes off of the
Yeah, fill it
road,
with some
and
asphalt,
they
ramp
just
it
the
up.
trail,
It's
it's
just
just down there in front of the dredges and
Into the facility.
so.
No, maybe that's our plan
$6,000
for
that
the
they
trip.
had.
Send Brett over there with the tractor and get it done. I don't know.
He did say he doesn't have time with the fairgrounds one, but
Okay?
So if we threw that extra 15 grand in his budget, he might find time. Just saying.
It's either that, or I think you call them on the basis of the email and say, let's clarify this process so that they can understand.
And we won't have it done for school. So what do we do?
We already have a plan for back to school week, which is the crazy week, but obviously it would be a pretty high priority to get it done as soon as possible.
How many kids do we have walking all the way down the trail?
Okay.
Yeah,
So why is the school district going and asking us even in our COG
Because the
meetings?
school is paying for busing because it's unsafe.
That's what I thought. So would they be using it if we do it? And walk over to Sinclair and do their things?
they'll drive them.
Well, but I think some of them from the middle school do walk down and go to Sinclair and just more for, it's not going back and forth to school. It's for their lunch. Well, I've only heard reports of it. I'm not here in the afternoon to say, and it's none of my kids walking across, so I don't know. I've heard some people have asked for the crosswalk.
So then why are we doing it?
Well, that's what they're asking, so maybe we don't.
That is
I think there was an incident where, because of the crosswalk not being there, that people are not stopping at that intersection. They look both directions and run right through. And that's what I think the school buses and Ron Blunk was mentioning that we needed to look at.
So, the chair of the Trails
So-
Committee,
Yes.
Josh Bond.
Josh, yeah, he's the one that's indicated on multiple occasions that he thinks there's kids crossing back and forth.
Okay.
So do we
I don't do anything without data. So this came from our sheriff's office.
It also
came from
our-
T-TAB. It came from our meeting with the school district.
It came from
Okay?
also the safe
We don't make
choice.
decisions based off one person's opinion. So
Yeah, I'm
that's
just
why
saying.
I came to the commission.
The safe
Sheriff's
choice.
Department talked about it.
The sheriff's department talked about it. Meg is the one that follows the school buses. This was her pressure point. This was her safety concern. It got brought up at our SRO, who is now SWAT in Salt Lake, and we got a new one. It got brought up in our meeting with the school district and the school board, and it was brought up in TTAB.
So I have no issue with doing this if UDOT's gonna put in the money to do the high-vis crosswalk, and we've gotta put a few $1,000s into fixing the ramp. If the ask is for the county to put in $80,000 for a high-vis crosswalk, I have heart problem with that.
Yeah, we will definitely
So
need
that's where I think it needs to come
clarification
back.
and the agreement.
If that's where it boils down to, then we need to actually get real traffic data.
Which
and
we
not
have.
just the opinion.
We
No.
have from the WFRC study.
Well, okay.
Yeah, the
Yes
safe
and no.
choice.
Because it
do you
doesn't
mean?
do traffic counts or people counts. That
Yes,
data
it
just
does.
says.
It does.
The safe
actually.
choice we did.
It does not have a count of how many people have crossed that particular intersection.
How does it do that without a person being there? I've
It doesn't.
actually
They're
done
doing
that
it.
before.
They're
I've
doing
stood
it
there
based
and
upon safety issues that have happened there, accidents that have happened
That
there.
I don't
That
disagree
I
with.
agree
I'm just saying, before we go investing $80,000 there, we
I
need to
hear
have
you.
that conversation.
So that's why we do a
That's all
plan.
I'm saying.
We're doing a plan and an estimate.
Yep.
Then that goes to UDOT. That will give us an idea of how much it's gonna cost, and then we can say,
And go from there.
yeah,
That's
they'll
totally
say what they're gonna contribute or not. Okay. So, on a fun note to end, so our bears for the library, we were supposed to get a mommy bear and a baby bear, or it was just a cub. Instead, we got
Were
two.
there twins?
I don't know. I don't know.
We got 2 baby bears.
We got 2 cubs instead of a mama bear and a cub.
Oh, we didn't even have the parent?
But what is the beauty as an adoptive parent of when you have orphans is you get someone to adopt them, right? So
We're
I
putting
have
up a dinosaur.
Huh?
Oh.
I would love the dinosaur. Can we put the dinosaur back on top of the high school?
Sinclair dinosaur.
Yes. So the idea is that there's a lot of question going around of the naming of the bears. And so the idea came of, well, what if we have people adopt the bears every year, and we take the money that they would bid to adopt/name the bear, and we would put that into the library fund with partnership with the school district for children's literacy specific to the first grade. I didn't look. Well,
Name 'em whatever you want.
Yeah, well, based on the donation, you
they
get
would
to
change
name
from
'em.
year to year. People would bid on the right to sponsor the bear cub. And
Unless it was a high enough bid that we wanted to do it for multiple years.
so there's 170 first graders in our school district right now, incoming year. So if you think about giving them at least 3 or 4 books to take home that are theirs to take home for children's literacy, that adds up really fast. So that's our crazy idea.
I think it's a good idea.
But we obviously want to have that plan built out before we put the bears in, so that we have it
I mean, we can't.
set and ready to go. No mama bear.
No daddy bear?
No daddy bear. Daddy bear wasn't even an option. Sorry.
Can we get a third option and see if we can?
So it's just two
See if
little
they'll
It's
send-
2 little cubs, and they're not little.
No, they're not.
No,
see
Maybe
if
it's
we-
2 parents.
it's not. It's 2 cubs.
Can we get a
Okay.
third?
If you want to pay for it. So. Okay,
That's great.
that's all I have. And I have not heard any rumors of a closed session, so I don't think we're having one tonight.
Yay.
Okay.
I don't have. I've already said my piece tonight.
You did.
Okay. Commissioner comments, Commissioner Anderson.
I don't have many comments, I actually just have one, but we had our Weaver Basin Board meeting. Reservoirs are looking good. They're at 88% capacity, Weaver Basin's water anyways. Last year, they were a little bit higher due to the concerns of having another drought come up. 2 years ago, so let's see, we were 485,000 this year. 2 years ago, 309. 3 years ago, 218. So we're really in a good position with our reservoirs for water. We've also got a lot of talk about a big reuse plant in western Weber, and it might not affect Morgan County to a degree, but the way that we look at it as water as a whole. So if we're reusing water out there, that's making it more available for the rest of us. So that's the updates out from Weaver Basin. That's all I got.
I just want to thank publicly all of the fair board members and members of the public who attended the county fair this last week. We sold out the rodeo on Saturday night. I looked at one point just before the rodeo, and there was 1 seat available in the entire arena, which is wonderful. So appreciate all the efforts that went into that. A lot of great memories made for our youth, and I think that's one reason we do that, is for the community to come together. So really appreciate all the work that went into that. Trudy Toon worked her tail off to make that possible with little time to spare, so really appreciate her in that. Our fire truck, our new fire engine, is done, and I will share a picture with you of that truck. Boyd and Dave went to Florida last week to do their final inspection of the truck. It will be shipped here to the dealer in Salt Lake and then brought to Morgan probably within about 25 days or so, so hopefully by end of month. It's a beautiful truck, looks really awesome, so very excited about that. Just a quick recap of our fire and EMS department. In July, they had 38 fire calls, 54 EMS calls, a total of 92 calls, average of 2.9 per day. Top EMS calls were falls They had 10 falls, and top fire calls were grass fires. They had 7 grass fire calls during the month of July. So appreciate all the efforts that are going on. Probably.
Figure out how to bring that ditch.
That was in. Thank you. That was in May.
Wait, that's real?
Yeah, I had to call them in May. Thanks for bringing that up.
But he had a permit.
I had my permit, thankfully.
Yeah.
And I was very impressed. It was 9 minutes from the time I called them to the time they got to Croydon, which is incredibly fast. They couldn't do that without having the on-call people there at the station. So
Sounds like they're pretty worried.
I guess they got there. I had it mostly out by the time they got there, just FYI. I think that's all I have to share. Commissioner Fackrell?
In one of my policy steering committee meetings, of course they talked about the Olympics coming, and they said that within our planning, that what we would be doing is instead of creating a parking lot specifically for the skiers or for the people going up to Snow Basin, that we try, I mean, they were saying, okay, you can park them in the airport parking lot or whatever it is. It says try to put it around your economic areas, wherever it is you want to try to have people park for economic reasons. So they're asking us to make sure in our plans for the Olympics in 10 years that we look at those different kinds of long-range plans.
That's good, because the place they parked last time is now full of houses.
Blaine, can you talk closer to the mic?
Sorry. It was a policy steering committee. Policy steering committee. And let's see. And then, so basically they also want us to be able to, within that is, UTA is starting to look at like an Uber service kind of like thing to where they can possibly bring people to those areas and then take them up and then bring them back. So if anybody's wanting to start an Uber business up here for transporting Olympians up to Snow Basin, that would be fine. Also, we have the 250-year USA celebration that we need to be looking at. That will be in 2026. Is that right?
Makes sense.
Yeah, 2026. I'm trying to think that through.
Probably on July 4th.
Yeah, it'll be on July 4th. So anyway, that one, we need to start looking at whatever that might be. I thought it was further out. And we need to just be involved in that. They're trying to do more volunteering in the schools for that event. Also with USAC, that was with USAC. We're working on 2 different taxes this year, the TRT tax. They're trying to prove that we actually do use county funds to go and pay for emergency services. And so Kate and I have been working on that to get an honor. We're waiting on the sheriff still to get the costs of anything that is related to outdoor recreation. So if you, by chance, if that's one of your portfolios and you can help us out with that, maybe to get the sheriff to help us and give us more information, even anything to do with recreation, outdoor rec, we need to get those dollars, and we need to get it in the next week. Okay? Because we need it. It's a project by UAC, so that way we can spend TRT dollars for those counties. We're looking for them to get our sheriff's department and EMS. They've already, sheriff's department, EMS, search and rescue. They're the ones we're waiting on. We've already got the fire station, ambulance, wildland fires caused by outdoor recreationists. We've already got those numbers, but we need it from the sheriff's department to get those numbers as to how much it costs for them to go out on a call, approximates. We don't need, cost of every penny, but the cost of having one incident that might happen on the way up to East Canyon Reservoir or up to Lost Creek or on the river, and we have to send out the search and rescue to help somebody get them out of the river because they got stuck under a log. Yes, they've been asked. We just need to remind them and ask them to give us those numbers so that we can give it to UAC, because they're doing this for the legislature. Then the other one that we're working on is the restaurant tax, and that tax we are trying to get it to where it's charged to all prepared foods versus just if you sit down at a restaurant. That restaurant tax can bring in a lot more money than what it's bringing in, which also saves money so that we don't have to put out so much in regular general fund taxes. In other words, we don't have to charge as much in property taxes, and everybody pays for it, not just us. It's anybody that goes anywhere. So those are two of the things that we're working on. UADMO, we had a meeting today. If you don't know what that is, it's the Utah Association of Destination Management Organizations, and it was the Utah Office of Tourism, and they were saying that they get all the time many people from outside this area and outside of Utah that call up and they say, where can we go for 1 or 2 days or 3 days? And so we've got our tourism department, which is, they're basically already working on this, but they're saying they need all the information, so we're trying to get that to them. And let me see if that's it. That was it.
Okay, great, thank you. Commissioner McConnell.
Garrett, Mark Greenwood's the chair of the Cottonwood Mutual Water Company. He asked if someone from the county could come and explain the process for creating a water service district. Would you be willing to meet with him?
I could.
Explain that process. I'll get you his phone number and you can set up a time.
Okay.
I'd like to do that. YCC had a successful golf tournament last week, and then they have the ribbon cutting for their transitional housing project on the 16th. So that should be opening up for them. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Commissioner Wilson.
I just have one item that we tried to get rid of all our overburden on Buster's ground with Wasatch Peaks. That didn't pan out because the materials they got into it, they didn't like some of the material and it didn't meet their when Ammon Pence was down there doing excavation, he asked about it. So I said, well, I'll find out if we still are good with people hauling stuff away and such. So
Seems like a good deal to me. If we can get
it's
rid
going
of
to
it.
cost us a lot if we don't at some point, unless we can pass it on. But I don't know how we pass it on when it's all been.
And especially if some contractors won't, because it's,
Okay. I'll let him know. That's it.
Okay.
May I just make the announcement for you? If you did not read your email, the ribbon cutting for East Canyon is on September 17th at 10 a.m. They would like all of us there if we can be there, and anybody else that would like to come, they're welcome to come. So Debbie and Tina and Lilia, you're welcome to come up there. And anybody else that would like to come up to the ribbon cutting at East Canyon property that we just purchased.
That the state just purchased.
We and the state. And that's the 17th of September. Okay.
Okay, great. Anything from Kate or Garrett? What?
I'm sorry.
This is 3 more now.
Okay, you want me to keep going?
No, go ahead.
We
What
need
is
to
it?
get together for a work session on plans for the Junior Livestock Committee, the Fair Board, Fairgrounds, and everybody, and get them together, and hopefully they will all show up. Not at the fairgrounds, maybe here, or it might be warmer for them.
Yep, we're working on that.
Okay, good.
Matt and Kate and I are working on that. Okay, anything else? All right, if not, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
All those in favor?
Motion and second, Matt.
We don't need a second on an adjournment, do we?
Have to- you don't
All
have
those
to.
in favor?
Aye.